Good morning, it's 7 o'clock. Welcome to Mornings with Ridge and Frost.
We're live in Downing Street today. Good morning from me as well on a potentially huge political day ahead.
Judgment day for the Prime Minister, who faces calls from 74 of his own MPs to resign.
Keir Starmer said to be weighing his options as he faces a crucial cabinet meeting later this morning.
But with reports of a cabinet split, who will step up to challenge the Prime Minister?
Well, we'll bring you all the comings and goings here in Downing Street. We'll be live all morning.
Also today, ahead of President Trump's big trip to China, he says the ceasefire with Iran is on life support, so could more military action be on the horizon?
Good morning, welcome to the programme. We're live for you in Downing Street because the Prime Minister is facing a monumental day as he tries to save his job in the face of a growing number of his own MPs calling for him to resign. So far, 74 of them have told him that he needs to go, and then this morning he's going to have to confront that threat in person at a cabinet meeting. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is among those telling Keir Starmer he should set out a timetable for his departure, and of course this all follows last week's disastrous election results. But look, I want to level with you because it's not comprehensive. There does appear to be a split among the cabinet. Some of the people in his team are still coming out to bat for the Labour leader, including the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, Darren Jones, who we're going to talk to shortly. Well, look, the onslaught of MPs going over the top yesterday was pretty astonishing. Here's just a taste of what they had to say.
Starmer is now on very borrowed time, and I do think that there is a need for a leadership challenge.
If the conversation every day is whether or not one man is going to keep his job, then we are not doing what we set out for in government.
I think it's been over for some time. It's been when, not if.
We have reached a point where actually the risk of him continuing in post is, I think, greater than the risk of him going.
Honestly, I think a lot of people this morning are asking, how on earth are we at this point again? What on earth is going on with our politics? So it is, I think, just worth looking at the timeline for how we did arrive here. Because look, after that extraordinary election victory, that landslide, Keir Starmer didn't have much of a honeymoon. Just a month after that, we had the freebie scandal, which is all about ministers receiving everything from glasses to Taylor Swift tickets. Then last September, things got more serious when Keir Starmer sacked US Ambassador Peter Mandelson over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. And then, of course, we had the U-turns, which have really chipped away, I think, at the Prime Minister's authority on inheritance tax for farmers at the end of 2025, on winter fuel, which many MPs are still saying keeps coming up on the doorstep. And then, of course, the failure to get the benefits reform bill through the Commons, a key test of the Prime Minister's authority. 2025 started by that attempt by Andy Burnham to stand in the Gorton and Denton by-election. It was blocked, and then, of course, Labour went on to lose it. And then last month, the Prime Minister was accused of misleading the Commons after it emerged that Peter Mandelson had failed security vetting. Finally, of course, I think the most important thing, those devastating losses in last week's elections, piling more pressure on Keir Starmer. Well, we're here, of course, in Downing Street. We've got our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, with us all morning. At 9:30, that's when we're expecting people to be going through the door behind us. Ali, I mean, what on earth is going on?
So number 10 this morning, Sophie, being defiant, pointing to a Prime Minister's visit later, talking to the replacement PPSs, those ministerial aides that resigned last night. So they are being defiant, but they cannot ignore what is right in front of them, which is what looked like at least in part, coordinated effort to get the Prime Minister out, starting with those backbench MPs, 70 plus now publicly calling for him to go up to those junior ministerial positions. And I mean, I know that there were a series of cabinet ministers inside number 10 last night, starting with Steve Reid and Pat McFadden, his close allies, talking to him about the way ahead. We know that Yvette Cooper was in there. She didn't ask him to set out a timetable, but she did talk to him about his options, we understand. And Shabana Mahmood, union sources telling us that she told him that he needs to set out a timetable. So all eyes, as you say, on that cabinet meeting this morning.
And Ali, it feels to me like there is a genuine split about what is best to do. So you've got the more kind of centrist potential candidates, Shabana Mahmood, West Streeting, in their interest, if they want to be PM, to get something done quickly. But then it feels like there's a bulk of people as well who either want him to stay because they think that this psychodrama shouldn't be continuing, or they want a pause, a delay for, kind of King of the North, Andy Burnham, to come back across the water. It feels very, it's organised in some ways, but also very disorganised.
Yeah, so the so-called soft left of the Labour Party makes up a big bulk of the parliamentary party. I've spoken to quite a few senior figures within that group, and I'm not clear that they have united around a candidate. A lot of people talk about Andy Burnham. He isn't in Parliament. We don't know if the Prime Minister, if he were to talk about a timetable, Catherine West was talking about September, so if that were the case, could he get back in via by-election? As you say, a lot of people are saying this favours people like Wes Streeting. That is something that Wes Streeting's team say is not the case. They're keen to stress that he was not one of those people that was talking to the Prime Minister last night. But look, we're not... As I say, it looks like the government are being defiant. We're not where we were with Boris Johnson, where the government literally cannot function because you're seeing ministerial cabinet resignations at the pace that people are being put in. We're not there yet. Right now, the cabinet is there, the ministers are there, the government is functioning, so he could hobble on. But history has also shown that prime ministers that try to do that ultimately don't survive when it comes to either their own party or the electorate. And also worth remembering, he would be the fourth Prime Minister in 7 years to be booted out by his own party.
I can't actually get my head around that. I think it is extraordinary. And Ali's going to be with us all morning. And it feels to me like this is the moment that the snowball could turn into an avalanche. But as Ali was saying, number 10 so far defiant, cabinet 9:30. We're told that top of the agenda is actually going to be the international situation. The kind of war in Iran. But look, we all know what will be top of the agenda at that cabinet meeting, don't we? Something that we'll be talking to shortly with the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, Darren Jones.
And what I have to say, Sophie, I think is so striking about this morning, and why I'm going to be glued to you and Ali throughout the morning, is that we must presumably get at least a short-term resolution today, because you can't get through Cabinet and not have the Cabinet on the surface either say we're OK to continue to go to the King's speech, to go on to all of the crucial steps that are happening this summer, or the opposite. It seems that this is a moment of crystallisation, I guess, of what we've seen building over the last couple of days.
And then what does he do, Will? What in a normal time, if your Home Secretary goes in and says, actually, I don't have faith in you, I think you need to go, even if she's saying it's a timetable, you'd sack her. Is that what he's going to do? I don't know. But it does feel like number 10 at least are trying to say this is business as usual. We've got the King's speech. They're talking about the agenda at Cabinet not being changed. They've reappointed at 10 p.m. New ministerial aides to replace those who's quit. I have to say, though, it's a very, very fluid situation, as you can imagine, Wilf.
Well, we'll look forward to all of the developments throughout the morning. And as Sophie said, Darren Jones coming up shortly. There was a steady stream throughout yesterday of MPs going public with their appeal to the Prime Minister. And at 8:15, we'll be speaking to one of them, the Birmingham MP, Paulette Hamilton. So lots more to come, of course, on the Prime Minister's future throughout the morning. We also want to update you on the latest in the Middle East. And President Trump has said the ceasefire with Iran is on life support as negotiations over a peace deal hit a deadlock. Well, the conflict will hang over President Trump as he travels to China later today, the first visit by a US leader in nearly a decade.
After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support. They understand these are all medical people. Dr. Oz, life support is not a good thing. Do you agree?
Bad prognostic.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support.
Well, let's bring in our US correspondent, James Matthews. He's in Beijing, of course, ahead of President Trump's all-important visit there. James, great to see you. Good morning to you. Maybe it's afternoon there by now. You'll clarify for me in a moment. But first question on Iran, and you know, we've all known for the last few days that peace talks have broken down and the Strait wasn't reopening, but at least there weren't major military hostilities. How seriously do we have to take those comments from President Trump that those hostilities could potentially restart?
I think you have to take them seriously, but in the meantime, you have to look towards here, Beijing. His visit to Xi, the man presumably he thinks can heal the patient. The Americans have already sought Beijing's aid in speaking to their old friends in Iran, entering negotiations, trying to arm wrestle them diplomatically to open the Strait of Hormuz. I think this is where the solution lies, at least in the short term, because Donald Trump, as we have just heard, couldn't appear any further away from sealing any kind of a deal. So that is the wider context for Donald Trump's trip here. It weakens him. I mean, to walk into a negotiating room essentially asking the Chinese to save the day, it belittles the US president. He was asked about how Iran would impact on the agenda. His answer to that, to the Oval Office, was that, well, China gets 40% of its oil from the Strait of Hormuz. President Xi wants to get a deal done. Now, that assumes that Donald Trump knows the mind of an adversary, and I think, Wilf, experience tells us, does it not, that that's far from the truth.
It's interesting, James, the extent to which the Iran war might push the two together almost sort of reluctantly. Is there a sense or possibility of reason for optimism there or not?
I think they have a mutual interest, clearly, in sorting out the war in Iran, but be it no doubt, these two economic superpowers couldn't be further apart. I mean, their relationship is underpinned by mistrust, acrimony and serious competition. That doesn't change. I mean, the Americans come here not with confrontation in mind, certainly not the kind that we've seen in the past. They come here, actually they're framing it as a rebalancing of the relationship, laying down a structure effectively. They're talking about boards of trade, boards of investment, agreement on aerospace, energy, etc., agriculture. They're trying to lay down a structure that reins in the power of Beijing. But the question would be, you know, to what extent are they able to do that, given how their interests economically have drifted over the years? President Xi welcomes Donald Trump, you know, in a weakened position, given where he is geopolitically. The Chinese reckon that the United States is in decline and that China itself is on the rise. That's the wider context for all of this. And Trump needs to deliver hard results to counter that narrative, particularly on trade. Tariffs haven't worked for him, and he needs to build bridges with the Chinese in the first instance and to exceed Beijing's progress. It is quite the task for him when he gets here in about 24 hours' time.
James, great stuff. Thanks so much for that. And by the way, Helen Ann and James have been discussing all of the key parts of this particular trip, and we've got a taste of that now.
China is on the march.
The United States and China, so much about the world we live in, rides on their relationship.
We've always had a great relationship.
How they compete, how they come together, shapes the global order. It will do for generations to come.
Theirs is a relationship defined by competition, both racing to be the biggest and the best, economically, technologically, militarily. But under Donald Trump, this is a relationship that has been far from smooth.
China, China, China. China, we're speaking to China.
There have been tariffs and trade wars.
China, first round.
Trump meets Xi is the next round of Who's the Daddy, in a game that neither can afford to lose.
So, headed into this historic summit, who has the upper hand? Who should the world look to for global leadership? Who is the greatest superpower?
Well, do check the Sky News website for more of Helen Ann and James's preview of that all-important trip to China for the President of the US. Now, British tourists who were aboard the cruise ship at the centre of the hantavirus outbreak are now undergoing tests in quarantine at a facility in Merseyside. The repatriated passengers will spend up to 45 days in isolation while public health and infectious disease specialists assess their well-being. The MV Hondius has now departed Tenerife after its final passengers disembarked. Our correspondent Sadia Chowdhury reports for us from there.
In the end, it was a plan B. The last passengers of MV Hondius rushed off as strong winds threatened to disrupt this evacuation. And despite promises to locals that this virus-stricken ship would not touch the shore, it did. These are the ones whose countries couldn't arrange flights in the 4 days it took the Spanish government to organize all of this.
I am so very proud because we work as a team. This is a good example of how is important the global health, the view of the global health, and how is important the multilateralism and all the cooperation, all the coordination that we have learned from the COVID-19 pandemic.
Many had questioned their strategy, and in the nearby town, they're still not convinced.
We're not concerned for our personal safety, we're more concerned about becoming a ground zero for another outbreak.
It looks well planned in some ways, but I mean, the choice of this island is a bit awkward, since there are a lot of little islands over there, and this is the most populated one.
The boss of the World Health Organization explained his reasons to Sky News.
Has the game plan all along been to make countries cope with and deal with their own individual cases of hantavirus that you could see coming?
To be honest, some people say, well, they could have stayed there and, isolated, and I think it's cruel. I don't think that should actually be considered as an option. As you can imagine, there was even mental breakdown for some of the passengers. It's very difficult to stay for weeks in a small container.
After a short bus journey to the airport, the passengers are now on their way to the Netherlands, where the Dutch government is organising their transfers. Another stopover in an already long journey.
3 people died on this ship, a thought that lingers with the captain.
Our thoughts are with the ones that are no longer with us, and whatever I say will not ease this loss. But I'd like you to know they are with us every day in our hearts and our thoughts. We've sailed through this together across the sea. Now, we hope to see everybody safely at home.
For the Spanish, a clean down, their service to the world done. For the MV Hondius and its crew, heading home a little lighter, and perhaps their hearts a little heavier. Sadia Chowdhury, Sky News, on the Canary Islands.
Well, let's return to our top story. The question that needs to be answered today is all about whether or not Keir Starmer is going to survive. 74 of his own MPs saying he needs to go. What his cabinet does is going to be critical when they meet just behind me at 9:30 this morning. Well, let's speak now to the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, Darren Jones, who's with us this morning. Thank you so much for being with us. Have you spoken to the Prime Minister?
Yes, I spoke to the Prime Minister last night, as you would expect, and he, as you would also expect, is talking to colleagues who have raised issues yesterday. But he was also very clear, as I'm sure all of my colleagues are, that coming into the office this morning, as we all are doing, we're absolutely focused on our jobs, on delivering the things that we've promised to deliver for the public, because at the front of our minds, I think, that your viewers who are getting up this morning and going to work like they do every day, doing the hard work that they have to do for their families, and wanting to see a government that's focused on their priorities to improve their lives and improve the country in the years ahead. And whilst I recognise that there are internal conversations we have to have about our poor election results last week and our strategy for winning the next election, which I, by the way, still think we can do, we've been elected to government for less than 2 years now with a very strong mandate under Keir Starmer to be getting on with that work. And so that's what we're going to be doing coming into the office today.
You say that you believe you can win the next election. Will it be Keir Starmer leading the Labour Party into that election?
Look, I'm not going to get ahead of any decision that the Prime Minister may or may not take. He was very clear yesterday that he will not be walking away, as some of my colleagues have asked him to do. I've observed we've got over 400 Labour MPs in the House of Commons. I don't belittle the, I think now 70 who have raised concerns publicly. All I would say is that the vast majority of us are focused on using the time we have in government to be able to deliver the types of change for people across the country that we're also passionate about delivering, but that we have to work together then as a party in this new political era of five-party politics, of the rise of populist parties in our country, to be able to set the course for winning that next election. And as I say, I believe we can win that election because I think our Labour values of equality, of opportunity, of solidarity, of bringing the country together and rising to the challenges of the future are the values that will win at the ballot box in 2029.
You said there that you don't want to get ahead of any decision that the Prime Minister makes. Just to be clear, what is the Prime Minister deciding on?
Well, let's say the Prime Minister is getting up this morning and getting on with the job of being Prime Minister. We had Cabinet this morning, as you have noted, where we're going to be talking about the ongoing situation in Iran and the Middle East and our efforts to mitigate the impacts of that on British businesses and British people over the months ahead. He obviously will be in conversations with colleagues because of the issues that they have raised, but he was very clear with himself and with all of us that this morning we'd be getting on with the job, and I think that's the right thing to be doing.
I understand that you're getting on with the job. I know, of course, that the war in the Middle East is on the agenda for Cabinet, and you've, of course, got the King's speech tomorrow as well. But the question was on what is the decision that the Prime Minister is making? Is the Prime Minister currently deciding whether or not to go, whether to set out a timetable to resign?
So as I say, the Prime Minister's getting on with the job. He was very clear with us all yesterday in his speech, which I think you covered on your show. Obviously, colleagues are asking the Prime Minister to consider different options in the future. And as I say, he rightfully is listening to them. It would be wrong if he wasn't listening to them. What you've asked me is a couple of different scenarios into the future, which are evidently all hypothetical at this stage. And as I say, what I'm not going to do is...
I'm asking what is the Prime Minister deciding on? And because that's what you said, that you don't want to get ahead of a decision. Is the Prime Minister currently weighing up whether or not to continue in his job? Is that what's happening?
The Prime Minister's getting on with the job of being Prime Minister. All I'm saying is I think you asked me about the next election, which is in 2029. And as I said, obviously, I'm just not going to get ahead of any decision the Prime Minister may or may not take in the future. But as of today, as of this morning, Cabinet will be coming together and we'll be getting on with the job that we were elected to do because, I think for viewers at home, we've gone through the psychodrama of the Conservative years with Theresa May and Boris Johnson and Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak. And the public were quite understandably fed up with all of that, and they want a party in government that is getting on with the job that they elected us to do about improving their lives, improving our public services, and making Britain a richer, fairer and stronger country in the years ahead. And it's right that we are absolutely focused on doing that, whilst of course recognising we have to have some internal discussions in the Labour Party about our strategy for improving our electoral performance in the years ahead.
Can I be honest with you? You're not how I expected you to be this morning. I've done a few of these interviews where people have really come in kind of swashbuckling, swinging, saying Keir Starmer's not going anywhere, that they think he should lead them into the next election. It feels like a real change of tone from you, right? It feels like you almost, I guess, a little bit sad. It feels to me like, the sense is that it's all coming to an end. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate. I mean, I'm a bit sad, to be honest, Sophie, because I'm sad that we're in this situation in the first place. I'm sad about the election results last Thursday when we lost many brilliant colleagues across the country, some of whom had served their local communities for many decades. So I'm sad that my team, my party, has ended up with a poor set of results. And I'm sad that a number of colleagues yesterday have felt the need to have this conversation in public as opposed to internally within the within the party. So I am a bit sad about that, to be honest. But I'm also optimistic about the future because we've only been in government now for less than 2 years. We had a very significant mandate at the last election to deliver on our manifesto commitments. And whilst we face many challenges in the world, not least on the economy and living standards because of what's happening in the Middle East and what's going on around the world, I'm still optimistic about Britain's potential to succeed and to rise to those challenges. And we've got about 3 years left before the next general election. The public elected this government for a 5-year term, and they expect us to be getting on with the job. And so I'm positive and energised about that and about the work that we're going to be doing to improve Britain. But as I say, of course, I'm sad about the election results that we suffered last Thursday.
We are getting, as you say, kind of briefings and confirmations about what members of the Cabinet have said to the Prime Minister, Shabana Mahmood, saying that he needs to set out a timetable to go. Steve Reed and Pat McFadden in the other corner saying that actually he should continue to fight, he shouldn't go anywhere. Taking off your kind of number 10 hat, putting your Darren Jones hat on, what do you think the Prime Minister should do now?
Look, I'm not going to get into private conversations of other cabinet colleagues. Obviously, wouldn't have been in the room for a number of them. As I say, at the front of my mind is that we're getting up and getting on with the job because I think it's a dereliction of duty to do anything otherwise. And politics is a team sport. Look, politics is hard. We've got hard challenges in the country. We've had a hard set of results last Thursday, but we rise and fall together. I think people in the Labour Party especially know that because of our values of solidarity and our belief in the things that we can achieve through the strength of our common endeavour. So it's not just about an individual, whether they're the Prime Minister or any other minister. It's about what we can do together to be able to transform the country. That's why the Labour Party was created in the first place.
You say politics is a team sport. Do you think certain people have been playing as a team? I'm thinking of Wes Streeting or Andy Burnham.
Look, I'm not going to cast aspersions on my colleagues, but I'll just restate the fact that politics is a team sport, that the Labour Party is at its best when it is united and focused on delivering change for working people, and that we have been elected at a time when the public are looking for their political parties to deliver real tangible change for them after many, many years of promises of false hope from the Conservatives and elsewhere. And the challenge at the next election is a generational battle, not just in our politics, but for the country, because we now have the rise of populist politics in our country. That's not the type of Britain I want to see after 2029. I want to see a modern, flourishing Britain that we can all be proud of with our values of bringing people together, of opportunity and solidarity and equality. That, to me, is not just a hugely enormous battle we've got to rise to and win in the years ahead, but something that we can all be really positive and get behind as a Labour team.
We've been talking about the decision that the Prime Minister has to make, and I'm not expecting you to tell me what that decision might be, but do you know what he's decided? You don't have to tell me if you do, if you know what it is that he's decided, but do you know what he has decided at this point or not?
Look, you wouldn't expect me to get into any of my private conversations with the Prime Minister, and as I say, he's got an important job to do as Prime Minister of our country, getting on with the work this morning. He's got an important job as leader of the Labour Party, and if the Prime Minister decides to say anything further to his speech yesterday, I'm sure he'll come and do that on Sky News very shortly.
And just very finally, can you just confirm for us that the King's speech is going ahead as planned tomorrow?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, the King's speech is going ahead tomorrow. We've been working very hard to bring together a programme of bills for the next session that meet the challenges that we face as a country, and it's important that we get on with that work.
OK, thank you very much. Always good to have you on the programme. Darren Jones, they're the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister. Well, look, I think that interview really kind of echoed the uncertainty currently happening right now. The Prime Minister is making a decision. He's listening to colleagues, and I think as soon as people start coming in at around 9:30, we will get a bit more of a sense as well of the nature of that decision and what the outcome may be. Wilf, I know you've been kind of listening across the story today. It really does feel, doesn't it, that kind of snowball is building?
I mean, I think if that is the most positive and optimistic and loyal person you can roll out today, then I think it's a good snapshot. Just the overall tone. He said, "I'm sad" about 8 times in one of his answers. I think snapshots the best case scenario for the current government in the short term. And the headline, whatever the specific wording of his answers were, was that he couldn't commit to the Prime Minister being the leader ahead of the next election which is not the Prime Minister's own position over the weekend, I think showing the need for some change in positioning and confidence from the Prime Minister going forward. So we'll see, as you say, what comes in the hours ahead. We will also be talking about the impact it might have on the economy and on bond yields, which were on the rise again yesterday. Of course, bond markets in the UK not open yet until 8 a.m. We'll be discussing all of that.
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict. The world has been watching. Good to see you again. How are you? Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back. Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They'll be all out to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on. I'm Yalda Hakim.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist... Hi, darling.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
...is being a Sky News journalist. You said to people, I'm not coming back for more, but you have come back for more. Well, let's kick off and make a statement. What can our Prime Minister say to you to not impose tariffs? He's coming out! What more do you need?
Welcome back to Downing Street. Well, yesterday the floodgates opened, 74 Labour MPs going over the top and saying the Prime Minister needs to consider his position. 9:30 a.m, he's going to be meeting Cabinet. That's going to be all important. And this morning, perhaps one of his closest political allies, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, Darren Jones, confirming that the Prime Minister is weighing up his options, that he can't get ahead of any decision the Prime Minister would make today. Well, let's bring in Ali, our political correspondent, again. Ali, I have to say, I was quite taken aback by the tone of that interview with Darren Jones. It is such a shift from the tone that we've heard from allies of the Prime Minister up until this point.
I mean, this is Darren Jones, the last line of defence, one of the Prime Minister's closest allies, and that key sentence you just said there, I can't get to any decision the Prime Minister may or may not take. You asked him what that decision was. He wasn't clear, but he is talking about whether or not the Prime Minister is going to lead this party. He said that they don't want to get into the Tory psychodrama, but we are, again, on Downing Street waiting to find out whether yet another, the fourth Prime Minister it would be in 7 years, is kicked out by their own party. Number 10 being defiant, talking about visits, talking about the ministerial aides that have been replaced. But hearing Darren Jones there, you know, I was struck that there is, at the very least, a Prime Minister in there thinking very carefully about whether he carries on in that job.
How are we here? How are we here again?
I mean,
I can't actually believe it.
I know, nor can I, and it obviously Catherine West, I think she's going to be more than a footnote in history now. She
Prime Minister killer
has sparked something that maybe was inevitable, and ultimately we've seen that these prime ministers that hobble on after these moments of peril that we have seen the Prime Minister face again and again are taken out either by their party or ultimately by the electorate. But it looks like there's been some kind of coordinated effort from backbenchers up. Cabinet were in there last night. Some of them, I should say, were allies. Steve Reid, Pat McFadden, but others like Shabana Mahmood, we understand, telling him that he needs to set out a timetable. All eyes on this cabinet meeting that's pretty soon.
Yeah, the thing that gets me, Ali, as well, is I feel, and I know that you're doing an awful lot of this, is if you talk to different MPs, you get very different things. It doesn't feel that there is much consensus about the best way forward for the Labour Party right now.
Yeah, and the key reason for that is there is no unity candidate. I would say, MPs are split into three groups, the ones that wanted him to go now, the ones that want a timetable, and the ones that don't want him to go. That final group, I think, has shrunk. And I would say the bulk were in the middle group, and the people talk a lot about the soft left of the party that historically have been able to get their candidate into power. Well, I don't think they are united round a particular candidate. I've spoken to several senior figures within that group. Andy Burnham, who a lot of people talk about, he's out in Manchester. There are a few big hurdles by election that he would have to get through to get back. Is this going to be an immediate contest? That is what allies of Wes Streeting want to see, or is it going to be drawn out? When we talk about September, that is a long time away. We are in May, Sophie, so is that going to appeal at a time when we are facing a global economic crisis where the markets are looking? How is this going to play out? These are all the things that it sounds like the Prime Minister is thinking about right now in there.
Yeah, well, me and Ali are going to be here throughout the morning as we start getting those arrivals. I think, as Ali says, even if it is a case of delay, setting out a timetable, Keir Starmer effectively becomes, I guess, a lame duck Prime Minister at that point. This is part of the resistance, I think, to doing that, because as soon as your authority is gone, it's very hard to get anything radical through. The change that was promised, an awful lot of uncertainty around this morning, Wilf.
Yes, Sophie, great stuff. Thanks so much. Let's talk about what this all might mean for the economy. Delighted to bring in now Paul Johnson, the Provost of Queen's College, Oxford, Senior Advisor at Frontier Economics, of course, the former head of the IFS. Paul, good morning to you. Great to see you. Bond yields, UK borrowing costs were rising yesterday. Not too significantly, but nonetheless rising. Can you understand why that happens in the face of these political questions? And might it rise further from here if indeed the Prime Minister does announce that he's going to step down?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm afraid UK bond yields have been higher than those in pretty much all other countries ever since that dreadful Liz Truss mini-budget. We've been, I think, tainted in the markets by the political uncertainty that has followed that. For many years before that, we were kind of in the middle of the pack. Ever since we've been towards the top of the pack in terms of the returns on our bonds, that means it's more expensive for us to borrow money, and we've got an awful lot of borrowing. Now, the political uncertainty we've got at the moment, it's one of the consequences of that is that the cost of our borrowing has risen more quickly than the cost of other people's borrowing over the last few months. Everybody's borrowing costs are increasing with the consequences of the Iran war. So it's a lot of that our government can't do anything about. But the political uncertainty that we're seeing at the moment, the uncertainty about what another Prime Minister or another Chancellor might do, all of that, I think, is making life more difficult for the government and therefore for all of us at the moment. There is a real economic cost. There's a real cost to all of us as taxpayers. There is a cost to all of us as consumers from this kind of political uncertainty.
Whether or not the UK 10-year borrowing cost is 4.9 or 5% clearly is not a drastic difference. If it becomes very clear that the leadership's about to shift to the left, will we see just another move of a small amount to 5.1, or do you think it could be quite a significant move higher?
Well, I mean, even a move from 4.9 to 5 is not trivial, but we have got a huge amount of debt out there, something like £2 trillion. So even small changes can make a significant difference. And the other thing it's worth saying is that maybe 4.9 to 5 isn't enormous, but the difference between what we're paying, 5, and what many other countries are paying, 1 and 3.5, is absolutely colossal. And if we were paying the kind of interest rates they are, which not so long ago we were doing, then we would have huge amounts more money to spend on education, health, and all of those sorts of things. I think if we did end up with a government which was less growth-friendly, or even less growth-friendly than this one, that was intending to borrow more or intending to introduce, for example, more growth-unfriendly regulation or intending to tax in ways that were bad for growth, I think all of those things would make our borrowing costs even higher, and that would make, therefore, again, the position of the government, the position of the Chancellor, more difficult. I mean, I can't stress enough the extent to which what we're going through at the moment is in itself damaging to the British economy and to the choices that chancellors have. And if we do get a chancellor who says, well, I don't really care so much about the fiscal rules, we shouldn't just be ad hoc to the bond markets, we can do whatever we want, that will be very, very difficult to deal with.
Paul, one of the sort of bits of analysis yesterday after the Prime Minister's speech was that he couldn't be more significantly presenting changes to policies because he was hamstrung by the red lines he drew in his own manifesto. I guess it's a piece of analysis that applies to the first 2 years in government as a whole, not just to his speech yesterday. Do you have any sympathy for the Prime Minister in light of that?
I've got some sympathy and some lack of sympathy. So the sympathy comes from the fact that this government really genuinely actually did inherit a really, really difficult situation. And I think they're being punished for pretty much 20 years of dreadful economic growth and the fact that people are feeling bad as a result of that. And they inherited all of this debt that I've just been talking about, and they didn't create it. So yes, I've got sympathy certainly to that extent. But my sympathy sort of starts to evaporate when you look at what they were saying, what I was saying in the run-up to the last election, where it was very clear that they weren't levelling with the electorate about the challenges that were being faced, about what would have to happen to taxes and spending. If you remember that manifesto, it was talking about £7 or £8 billion of increased taxes and £7 or £8 billion of increased spending. Well, we've got something like 50 billion of increased taxes and about 80 billion of increased spending. So the numbers in that manifesto really didn't add up. So yes, sympathy, because they inherited a very difficult situation, but that sympathy is somewhat ameliorated by the fact that, as I say, they weren't levelling with the electorate a couple of years ago. And I think because of that, rather than their own red lines, because they weren't so honest with the electorate when they were elected, I think that's made everything they've done so far more difficult.
Paul, just finally, the impact of the Iran war, do you think it's going to be bigger and more punishing for us than perhaps people currently expect, or not?
Well, I certainly hope not. It's going on longer than I think people had hoped. It sounds like this the ceasefire is at risk. Any peace deal seems like a long way away, and that is the shortages in oil are already beginning to bite. I suspect that prices of oil will go up further. And all of that, and again, this is not a lucky government, and I think that's a real, one again has to feel sympathy. All of that is going to make economic policy more difficult. It's going to create a worse cost of living crunch. It's going to result in higher interest rates than we would otherwise have, and an even more difficult fiscal situation. So again, lots of sympathy for the government. That really is something that they couldn't prepare for.
And Paul's new book, Challenging Inequalities, How We Got Stuck and Where We Need to Go Next. On show behind him and about now, articulating some of the policies that perhaps we should be adopting and talking about going forward. Paul, great to see you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's have a quick look at the weather.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
A northerly flow will bring cold air and widespread showers this week, but there's no sign of any substantial rain in the southern parts that mostly fine this morning after a locally frosty start in the countryside, while central Britain will see showers moving in on a strengthening wind. Scotland, Northern Ireland and the north of Ireland, meanwhile, will see early showers, mostly dying out from the west, although eastern Scotland will keep a scattering into the afternoon. Temperatures will be up on yesterday, although below average, but it'll feel chilly in the wind. South East England will see showers later, while Northern England and Wales will dry up. Scotland and the north of Ireland, meanwhile, will see showers returning from the west, wintry on northern mountains.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back live in Downing Street next.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to. Being a Sky News presenter. Hello and welcome, Westminster, the heart of British politics. I'm so sorry about what happened to you. So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think is really unusual? Mornings with Ridge and Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started.
This is how you travel when the mafia wants to kill you.
He's almost given up his own freedom, but that's the price he's willing to pay.
Here, they don't just arrest and Ndrangheta mafia members, they also live among them.
Time after time, I've seen the devastating impact of extreme weather and climate change.
We don't have much snow at the moment.
They've had a warm spring and exceptionally hot summer, and that means they're expecting to lose more than 3 times the amount of ice than they usually do.
Flames are still forcing people from their homes and leaving many questioning their futures.
Here was my life. We have nothing. I can't say anything. It's so sad.
This disaster is testing the resolve of everyone on this island. The only way out now is by boat.
Everything you see is devastated, and the misery being felt by people living here is repeated in towns and villages across Central Europe. Sky News, get the full story first.
Turkey is burying its dead. The loss is profound.
Whole families died in this collapse, generations wiped out.
The violence has penetrated the heart of the city rather than being contained to the estates around the edge, and that speaks to the level of anger being felt here. In Sweden, police have seized a lethal stash. This is just a small sample of the deadly arsenal taken off the streets.
This is an example of an advert, really. Anyone of any age could say, I'll do that for £1 million, and then have to go and shoot someone.
Yes.
I'm Siobhan Robbins, Sky's Europe correspondent based here in Berlin.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
We're in an area that's just been reclaimed. Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
People are directly protesting.
The whole neighborhood is rallied around her.
It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan.
I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming.
It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
Welcome back. Israel's participation in the Eurovision Song Contest continues to divide opinion ahead of the song competition's final this weekend. The build-up to the event has been overshadowed by boycotts from multiple countries over the ongoing war in Gaza. Well, our arts and entertainment correspondent Katie Spencer has been speaking to contestants and fans on both sides of the debate.
In Vienna, the stage is set for a giddy cocktail of thumping dance beats and anthemic earworms. But this is no ordinary year for Eurovision. Organisers have had to walk a geopolitical tightrope over Israel's participation, with a number of countries refusing to take part. It's been a major elephant in the room, but because of the rules, singers can't say a thing.
We are a community in Europe, and I think that for now it's we should really find that mindset again and try to keep the focus there.
How did we get here? Well, in Eurovision, the Big Five get mentioned a lot. They're the show's broadcasters from the UK, France, Germany, Spain and Italy who pay the most and automatically get a spot in the final, alongside the previous winner, which this year is Austria. And their money matters, which is why when Spain pulled out over Israel, it was a major blow, with Iceland, Ireland, the Netherlands and Slovenia also boycotting. Israel's participation has been described as a form of music washing, with Francesca Albanese, a United Nations special reporter, backing those who have pulled out, saying in a report Israel shouldn't be allowed to use the competition to soften its image when there are grounds to consider its military action in Gaza as genocide, which Israel firmly rejects. Things are even messier because two previous winners, Swiss singer Nemo and Charlie McGettigan from Ireland, have handed back their trophies. And on the night of the first semi-final in Belgium, this so-called alternative Eurovision is being staged by those who argue it's wrong to watch.
Before, there was this very naive but beautiful idea that every country got together and was playing their best song and seeing what would be the best song. And now it's turned into something that is different. It feels like United by Music is a bit more hollow these last 3 years because it feels like it's not about the music anymore.
After securing her place as Sweden's entrant, Felicia received death threats for saying she wasn't sure she wanted to sing if Israel was there.
I was like, should I go, should I not go and everything, and I said what I thought and everything, and I stand by that, but I can't talk about it anymore.
But not everyone is comfortable with what some perceive to be an anti-Israeli pile-on.
I've got a lot of fans in Israel. Plus, in the UK, I have a lot of Jewish friends, and I know them to be beautiful, good, kind, smart, loving people. So expecting me to turn against my friends is the lunacy.
Terry. For Jude and Mandy, who have been to 16 Eurovisions, it's always been their happy place. But they've had to leave fan Facebook forums where they say anti-Semitism has festered.
It's always been a very welcoming space. You can look however you want, be whoever you want, and everybody welcomes you no matter what. But suddenly, that's not the case anymore.
It's not been a safe space as a British Jewish person.
They've ruled out going to Vienna and aren't even sure they'd feel safe at their local cinema.
I'm a bit nervous about how the audience might respond and if I'm going to feel uncomfortable in that place.
I think this is the situation in microcosm, that Jews are unwelcome in many spaces, and this is a huge global issue.
While in Vienna, there'll be no shortage of pyrotechnics mixed with pop. Eurovision, a show that prides itself on inclusivity and love, now finds itself drifting in a sea of vitriol that threatens to drown out the music. Katie Spencer, Sky News.
Well, let's get back to Downing Street and reflect on all of the comings and goings and moving parts, Sophie, to the story. I guess the physical coming and goes, we haven't seen any Cabinet ministers arrive yet?
Not yet. Cabinet expected to be around 9:30. There's not going to be a political cabinet before, so we've got a little bit of time, I think, before people start going in. But my goodness, what a warning. Normally, when you have someone like Darren Jones, who, he's the closest ally, perhaps, of the Prime Minister, the last line of defence, his job title is Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister. And he can't say whether or not the Prime Minister is going to resign today. He can't say whether or not he's going to fight the next election. All he will say is that he has got a decision to take and he's listening to colleagues. I mean, it is really quite something. And I'll be honest, I cannot really believe we are, it seems like, in this situation again, Wilf. Let's just listen, shall we, to what Darren Jones said earlier today.
I'm sad that we're in this situation in the first place. I'm sad about the election results last Thursday when we lost many brilliant colleagues across the country, some of whom had served their local communities for many decades. So I'm sad that my team, my party, has ended up with a poor set of results. And I'm sad that a number of colleagues yesterday have felt the need to have this conversation in public as opposed to internally within the within the party. So I am a bit sad about that, to be honest. But I'm also optimistic about the future, because we've only been in government now for less than 2 years. We had a very significant mandate at the last election to deliver on our manifesto commitments. And whilst we face many challenges in the world, not least on the economy and living standards because of what's happening in the Middle East and what's going on around the world, I'm still optimistic about Britain's potential to succeed and to rise to those challenges.
I mean, I think you felt the sadness from Darren Jones in that interview. The other thing that I'm picking up is actually an awful lot of anger as well, because MPs, I think it's fair to say, are not united on this. There are, a lot of MPs, members of the cabinet as well, who are actually quite frustrated that Labour appear to have found themselves in this position. And I think this is adding to the kind of sense of kind of chaos that we're seeing at the minute, Wilf.
Yeah, and I think, I guess in light of all of that, the question might be the extent to which the Prime Minister starts to give a hint that he's in it for at least a couple of years, but not necessarily into and beyond the next election. As you and I were discussing with Sam Coates yesterday, might that create an unravelling of its own in a different way? But that was the other thing that really stood out to me of your conversation with Darren Jones this morning. Not just that tone of sadness, but that he didn't explicitly commit to the Prime Minister leading the party into the next general election, which, of course, was different to the Prime Minister's own words over the weekend. The other thing, Sophie, I'm just awaiting in, 5 minutes' time when bond markets open is what happens to UK borrowing costs. They rose yesterday. We crossed 5% again on the UK 10-year. Do we see a significant move further higher or just a slight nudge up? And look, I'm sure Cabinet members, before they go into Cabinet, will be keeping an eye on that sort of thing too, because there are huge knock-on effects of what they do or don't pressure the Prime Minister to do.
Yeah, I think that's it. And again, like you say, like that, I think feeds into the frustration that so many MPs are feeling as well, given the economic situation. Is chaos really what needs to happen? I think when it comes to a timetable, the idea of Keir Starmer fighting the next election is done. That's gone. I think the question now is, how long does he have left in this current job now? Because that, I think, really comes down to it. There's some, of course, who want to see a leadership election quickly. There's others who want a delay, perhaps to allow more candidates like Andy Burnham to come back into the mix. But it's going to move today. It's going to be an absolutely monumental morning. Me and Wilf are going to be right here guiding you through all of it and trying to get the response, of course, from Cabinet, because these are the guys who really had the future of the Prime Minister in their hands today.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter? Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news. Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking...
Thank you so much.
...trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access. Let me give you a sneak peek. It was the day those present would never forget. Why did you decide to open up and tell your story?
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock. Welcome to Mornings with Ridge and Frost.
We're live in Downing Street today. Good morning from me as well on a huge political day ahead.
Judgment Day for the Prime Minister, who faces calls from 74 of his own MPs to resign.
Keir Starmer is said to be weighing his options as he faces a crucial cabinet meeting later this morning.
But with reports of a cabinet split, who will step up to challenge the Prime Minister?
Well, we'll bring you all the comings and goings here in Downing Street. We'll be live here all morning.
Also today, ahead of President Trump's big trip to China, he says that the ceasefire with Iran is on life support, so could more military action be on the horizon?
Good morning and welcome to the programme. Things are moving fast. The Prime Minister facing a monumental day as he tries to save his job in the face of a growing number of his own MPs calling for him to resign. So far, 74 of them have told him to go. And this morning, he'll have to confront that threat in person at a cabinet meeting. We know the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is among those telling Keir Starmer he needs to announce a timetable for his departure following those disastrous election results last week. And this morning, one of the Prime Minister's closest allies has suggested that the Prime Minister is weighing his decisions as we speak.
I'm not going to get ahead of any decision that the Prime Minister may or may not take. He was very clear yesterday that he will not be walking away, as some of my colleagues have asked him to do. I've observed we've got over 400 Labour MPs in the House of Commons. I don't belittle the, I think now 70 who have raised concerns publicly. All I would say is that the vast majority of us are focused on using the time we have in government to be able to deliver the types of change for people across the country that we're also passionate about delivering, but that we have to work together then as a party in this new political era of five-party politics, of the rise of populist parties in our country, to be able to set the course for winning that next election.
Look, it's a change of tone, I think it's fair to say, at the very least, from one of the Prime Minister's closest political allies. And really the danger, I think, for the Prime Minister is the snowball, of course, turning into an avalanche, because the onslaught of MPs going over the top yesterday was pretty astonishing. Here's just a taste of what they said.
Starmer is now on very borrowed time, and I do think that there is a need for a leadership challenge.
If the conversation every day is whether or not one man is going to keep his job, then we are not doing what we set out for in government.
I think it's been over for some time. It's been when, not if.
We have reached a point where actually the risk of him continuing in post is, I think, greater than the risk of him going.
I think lots of us this morning, you at home as well, asking, how on earth are we here? How are we here again? So I think it's worth kind of reflecting on the timeline of events, should we say, to arrive at this point. Because Keir Starmer, despite that massive victory, didn't have much of a honeymoon. Just a month after he was elected, we had the freebie scandal about ministers receiving everything from glasses to Taylor Swift tickets. Last September, things got more serious when he sacked the US ambassador, Peter Mandelson, over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. And then there were U-turns on inheritance tax for farmers, on winter fuel, and on welfare as well, after he couldn't get that reform bill through the Commons. 2025 started by Andy Burnham, leadership rival, being blocked from standing in the Gorton and Denton by-election, which Labour went on to lose. And that loss, I think, was really a precursor for what happened last month after the Prime Minister was accused of misleading the Commons after it was emerged Peter Mandelson had failed security vetting. Finally, the government's devastating losses in last week's set of elections, putting a lot more pressure on Keir Starmer. Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, who is with me now. Ali, it feels like things are building this morning.
Yeah, it does. Late last night, a senior government source told me they think it's done. Then this, and I should say it's not someone that would say that lightly. This morning, the number 10 seemed to be defiant. They were talking about the Prime Minister's visit. They were talking about the new ministerial aid appointments. But your interview with Darren Jones, for me, made it feel like we have passed a tipping point, and at the very least the Prime Minister is in there right now thinking really carefully about his future. He couldn't say if Keir Starmer would take the party into the next election. He said to you, I can't get into any decision the Prime Minister may or may not take. I mean, that was a crucial bit. That decision he's talking about is whether he should stay in his job at the top of government.
It does remind me, I have to say, of the final days of Boris Johnson. I know the situation is very, very different, of course. But when it comes to those ministerial cabinet interviews, people just not wanting to say something, but then 2 hours later it's going to make them look like an idiot because the situation's changed. And you get that sense. There was a sadness, I thought, about Darren Jones as well, someone who was a loyalist to the Prime Minister. I think you described him as the last line of defence, which is accurate.
Yeah, that's it. And, you know, a part of your interview that really stuck out to me as well was when he was talking about being sad. That is the sense I really get from a lot of government sources that I'm talking to. There is a kind of fraughtness and anger, and also a real sadness. I mean, one government source telling me yesterday that they were nearly in tears at what they were seeing. Darren Jones was saying, we don't want to be the Tory psychodrama, and yet, Sophie, here we are on Downing Street again, looking at a Prime Minister potentially unseated again for the fourth time in about 7 years by his own MPs. And this, Sophie, it's the Labour Party, not the Tory Party. They are not as ruthless. I mean, and they don't have the mechanisms within Parliament to take someone out. So I think the big question now is what happens next? What is a time frame? Will they manage to coalesce around someone? Obviously, you know, I think the soft left of the party are still trying to find their candidate. Anything could happen now, but it is obvious that in there, the Prime Minister is thinking very hard about his future.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Ali, thank you so much. Ali and me here throughout the morning. Wilf, of course, on the programme and fronting everything as well. But I guess the point is, what Ali was saying, Labour aren't used to doing this, right? You know, it's hard for Labour to get rid of prime ministers and leaders, and that's why what happens at 9:30 in cabinet is so important. Because if a prime minister loses the support of his cabinet, then I think things become very difficult indeed. I mean, Wilf, you know, we were talking earlier, weren't we, about the kind of parallels that are drawn with previous leaders, previous prime ministers, people like Boris Johnson. What's your kind of read on how it's all looking?
I think what's so fascinating today is we have a focal point where this is presumably all going to crystallise in one direction or the other, at least for the foreseeable weeks and months, not least with, of course, the King's speech looming. And that is this cabinet meeting in an hour or so's time. So I just think it's absolutely fascinating. And, you know, presumably he will be able to come out of that cabinet meeting to say, for now, at least, the cabinet are behind me, or the opposite. So I very much look forward to seeing what happens. By the way, I should mention borrowing costs have risen again, 5.1%. We just touched on the UK 10-year. So 2 days in a row now of it ticking up from about 4.9 to 5.1, a decent-sized move for any couple of single trading days. We should say as well, part of that is because oil prices have been on the rise, both yesterday and today, albeit slightly. Brent is up 2% as we speak, 106. And part of that is because President Trump has said the ceasefire with Iran is on life support as negotiations over a peace deal hit a deadlock. The conflict will hang over President Trump as he travels to China later today, the first visit by a US leader in nearly a decade.
After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support. They understand these are all medical people. Dr. Oz, life support is not a good thing. Do you agree?
Bad prognostic.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support.
Well, delighted to say our US correspondent James Matthew joins us from Beijing. We'll preview the big state visit, of course, or bilateral visit coming up in a moment. But on Iran, first of all, James, to what extent are people reading that comment from President Trump as a bit of negotiation tactic, or are they genuinely worried that the serious military hostilities could restart?
I think the answer to that, Wolf, is who knows. We are in territory where we have a president who says one thing one day, another the next, and whose negotiating strategy does change on a daily basis. A president who tells us that he knows the minds of his adversaries one day, and it becomes clear that that's not the case the next. So there is this uncertainty that Donald Trump carries with him. He's the one certainty, I think, at this stage is that he appears no closer to solving the crisis, the Iran war, the blockage in the Strait of Hormuz, no closer than he was 2, 3, even 10 weeks ago when this conflict started. So I think in terms of a solution, we have to look to this place, Beijing, where he is headed in the next 24 hours. Already the Americans have been requesting that the Chinese lean on their friends in Tehran to engage in negotiations with a view to resolving this crisis, to clearing the Strait of Hormuz. And that humiliates Trump. It belittles him. It certainly puts him at a disadvantage walking into the negotiating room, asking President Xi to pull him out of the quicksand. So it is the shift in the power dynamic that Donald Trump didn't want, didn't need prior to this big trip, which matters so much. The two big world economies coming together to discuss a number of matters, but the context for it is very much the crisis over the war in Iran, a crisis of Donald Trump's making in large part, and don't think the Chinese don't know it.
So what else is on the agenda, James? I mean, has the rest of the agenda been put on ice because of the Iran war?
No, there's much to discuss. In fact, the Sherpas are doing the heavy lifting right now in Korea. Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, meeting with the Chinese Vice Premier, just trying to lay the groundwork for agreements. I mean, I don't expect anything to happen quickly. It's a game of chess, an extended game of chess we are watching here. The United States, the way the White House is framing it, is they see this as a rebalancing of the relationship, a restoration of US economic dominance, which, has slipped through the years. They face a fight on their hands on a number of different key areas to try to restore a balance. They are talking about constructing boards of trade, boards of investment, agreements, they say, on a number of different areas, agriculture, energy, and so on. I think what the Americans are trying to do is lay down a framework to try to rein in the Chinese, but that doesn't come with any kind of guarantees. The view here in Beijing is that there has been a decline in the United States, which contrasts with the rise economically of this place. So Donald Trump has a challenge on his hands, and the weakness that he has because of the recent past and the various controversies in which he is wrapped, that doesn't necessarily help him. But it's a hugely important meeting on a number of levels. Important for the two countries, important, of course, for all of us. Myself and my colleague, Asia correspondent Helen Ann Smith, will be looking at events over the coming 48 hours. Let's give you a taster of what's at stake.
China is on the march.
The United States and China, so much about the world we live in, rides on their relationship.
We've always had a great relationship.
How they compete, how they come together, shapes the global order. It will do for generations to come.
Theirs is a relationship defined by competition, both racing to be the biggest and the best, economically, technologically, militarily. But under Donald Trump, this is a relationship that has been far from smooth.
China, China, China. China, we're speaking to China.
There have been tariffs and trade wars.
China, first row.
Trump meets Xi is the next round of Who's the Daddy, in a game that neither can afford to lose.
So, headed into this historic summit, who has the upper hand? Who should the world look to for global leadership? Who is the greatest superpower?
Well, lots more coverage from Beijing in the next couple of days. Of course, President Trump will be arriving on Wednesday, and about 48 hours of important meetings there between China and the US. We'll have full team coverage of it for you. Let's pivot back to the top story of the day. And of course, the fate of the Prime Minister hangs in the balance ahead of an all-important cabinet meeting later this morning in the next hour or so. We're joined now by Labour's Paulette Hamilton, the MP who has called on the Prime Minister to step down. Very good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. Why should he step down?
Good morning.
Why should he step down?
Look, I'm a backbench MP. I have been a serving councillor for the last 18 years. I went into Parliament almost 5 years ago. I know the streets of Birmingham, and I've campaigned across the country for many years. Sir Keir Starmer is somebody I personally like, but his likability on the doorstep has been terrible, even during the general election. It was absolutely terrible. Over the last few months, I've been continually campaigning, and over the last few months at the doors, it has been awful. People do not want him there. They don't trust him. They do not think he's the right person to take this forward. And the British people have chosen. They want change at the top. And as an MP that's very connected to my community and connected to Birmingham, I've seen the results of this in the local elections, where we've gone from an overall majority to nobody particularly running the council, because it's a five-way split, and this just can't go on. And as I've said all of yesterday, if we carry on like this, we are literally giving the keys away to the front of number 10 to Nigel Farage. So I'm asking the Prime Minister, because he's a lovely man, he really is, but I'm asking him, consider his position, be the leader on this one, not just say, I didn't know, it wasn't me, it happened by accident, and just set that timetable so we can go to the next step.
Is it just a change at the top that's needed, or change in policies too?
Some of our policies absolutely need changing, but before we can change the policies, we need to change the top. And I know your next question is going to go, but you were elected on a manifesto. We were elected with, I think, I may have got this wrong, 34% of the vote. And unfortunately, at this moment in time, ever since we did the elder people with the fuel allowance, the country seems to have gone left. They're not with us. And at the moment, we just don't seem to be listening to what residents are saying. And although I don't like doing this, it's not something I like doing, but it needs to be said. If we don't start that change, we have got 3 years. I think we can turn it around, but we have to start by changing our leader right now.
Do you accept that? Yeah, I mean, you did predict my next question there, Paulette. So let me rephrase it slightly. Do you accept that you can't have a significant change in policy without a general election?
Do accept that. And I don't think we need significant changes. What we need is the person that's carrying the messages that people are prepared to listen. Right now, the person who's at the top of the party, who heads up the messages, people are just not listening. They have shut off. They don't want to know, to the extent where in my constituency, we've had a DJ elected to serve constituents. We've had another ward where someone will be at the top of another party in this city that thought he was becoming an MP. We've had people across this city who were in bed, at work, had to be called from work, had to be called from their beds to literally get sworn in because they were paper candidates and had no idea that they could possibly win. This is a nonsense, and it needs to be curbed now. And for me, I'm working hard, and I will continue to work hard in my constituency and wherever I've got influence. But as an MP, I believe it was my right to say things have got to come to, we've got to draw a line under this, and we've got to do it now.
Who do you like to see next?
You see, I've been asked this since yesterday, and I'm going to do one of the politician things. I don't know what others have been saying, but I'm not going to back any horse right now. I want to see who stands up and who comes forward, then call me back and ask me the question. But at this moment in time, I've not got a timetable from Sir Keir. I don't know whether if he does leave, he'll leave straight away, or he will do a timetable leading up to the autumn. So at the moment, I am not prepared to back any horse. And also, we've got over 400 MPs, and at the moment, we only ever hear 1, 2 names. We don't know what's in the group. We don't know what quality. You know, Cameron, David Cameron, when he became leader of the Conservatives, he came from nowhere. I remember as a councillor at the time when they said to me, this man was going to win an election, I laughed, and he actually won. He came from absolutely nowhere. So sometimes we need to see what the talent is and not presume that the talent is the only people that you guys in the press talk about. So let me see who comes forward and then ask me the question.
Though, of course, he didn't win a majority, which I'm sure is something you'll be looking to protect if there is a change. But Paulette, thank you so much for joining us. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're here in number 10. Well, look, you can see, can't you, the movement that is going on already. I believe that was Rachel Reeves going into number 11. They're facing those shouts of should the Prime Minister resign. We're going to get an awful lot of those coming this morning. Cabinet at 9:30. And really, it's a fast-moving situation and the future of the Prime Minister hanging in the balance. If you see me suddenly ducking out of your picture, by the way, it's because someone's moving behind me, all right? I don't want to try and get in the way of anything much more important going on this morning. We're joined to discuss all this by the Chief Political Correspondent for The Times, Aubrey Allegretti. Great to have you here.
Good morning, Sophie.
What's your read on what is going on?
I mean, it's an incredibly unexpectedly depressing start to the day for number 10, isn't it? Darren Jones, who's the Prime Minister's lieutenant, I mean, his literal job title is Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, couldn't even really bring himself to mount that strongest case and convince us all that Keir Starmer was going to come out fighting for the rest of the day. He was saying, you know, the King's Speech will proceed as planned tomorrow, but when people have been asking him in his interviews this morning if he's going to resign and listen to those colleagues who've been telling him to, he just couldn't give a categorical answer and was saying he was listening to them.
To what extent is this is what I've been trying to work out, honestly. To what extent is this a planned and managed coup where, you know, you've got Catherine West going, then you've got MPs, then you've got bag carriers, then you've got the cabinet? Or is this like descending into chaos that no one is controlling?
I think it probably started in a chaotic and unexpected manner, but it's been leapt upon by some who see this as the political opportunity that they've been waiting for, frankly, for months. I've been speaking to particularly allies of Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, who, stretching back to November last year, were really sort of waiting for this moment. And it's certainly true to say that they didn't sort of, to use a metaphor, pull the trigger, because Louise Haigh, who's seen as a sort of leading figure on the soft left, was the first person to go over the top and call for the Prime Minister to set a timetable last Friday. But since then, it seems like events have spiralled, and you've got people now, I think, trying to orchestrate a sort of more deliberate attack on the Prime Minister. It's still the case that people from across the factions of the Labour Party are coming out and calling for him to go, so it's not just one group, but it's becoming a very messy battle that we will see play out during the next contest as well.
Because messy is the word, isn't it? Because I guess the point is, even those who want the Prime Minister to go are not united around who they think should be the candidate. Because if you are someone from the soft left, if you're thinking that the solution to all your prayers is going to be Andy Burnham coming back, a leadership contest right now is going to do you any good.
No, absolutely. And we've already got a little bit of a flavour of this. I mean, people on the soft left, I think, are now worried that they have fired the starting gun on this race before Andy Burnham's back in Parliament, and they accuse Wes Streeting and his allies of effectively trying to precipitate a very, very quick contest. I spoke to one Labour MP on the soft left yesterday who said if Wes chooses now to plunge the government into chaos, he will be seen as the selfish opportunist that everyone thinks he is. That's from a Labour MP who is already anticipating the contest that could come next. Now, obviously, Wes Streeting's allies deny that they've been in any way fomenting against the Prime Minister, but the level of anger we're seeing now is nothing compared to what could come next.
I think this is it. I mean, you're getting that depth of anger and frustration and infighting already. What's your read, and I know it's difficult, what's your read on what the guy in there is going to do and what Keir Starmer's going to do?
Well, he's obviously been spoken to by at least half a dozen cabinet ministers, some of whom went to see him last night and it seems have urged him to set out a timetable here for his departure, including Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary, and possibly the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, as well. Some people are a little bit more on the fence, and of course you've got the sort of diehards like Steve Reid, who's urged the Prime Minister to sort of stick to his guns. We're not quite in the sort of final throes of the government like we were in the days of Boris Johnson. Ultimately, he dug in for days, and he resigned because there are 120 ministerial posts you have to fill to be able to keep the government functioning. He got to the point where that just couldn't happen. This is a sort of coup where a single shot hasn't been fired. There hasn't been a ministerial resignation yet. OK, granted, 5 or 6 PPSs, but we are about to test whether or not the sort of quiet coup needs to be turned into a sort of blunt, brutal force in order to dislodge the Prime Minister, or whether he's going to end up sort of falling on his sword.
Yeah, I think this is it. And, you know, this is, I guess, the point. Like, I've been trying to piece together slightly contradictory lines, because you've got, like, kind of number 10 who are, like, you know, 10 PM last night, filling the jobs that were vacated, saying that, you know, they want to get on with things, saying that the top agenda at Cabinet is actually going to be the war in the Middle East. It's not going to be, you know, what the machinations at all. But then you've got Darren Jones, who it felt to me like he'd kind of given up.
It was incredible to behold, wasn't it? And obviously people know the really pressing issues affecting the government, and there is a sense actually that the longer this dragged on, the sort of more unseemly a contest might look in the height of summer, if you like. It was likely to be the point at which the Bank of England might hike the base rate, which would affect interest rates, at which the sort of full economic turmoil caused by the ongoing war in Iran would continue to be felt in a much more pressing way. And so I think there was a concern that if they left this too much later, and by they I mean the people that have been agitating against Keir Starmer, that it could just look even worse at a time when the country would think the party was incredibly distracted. It would also present that possibility of quite a long contest, because we've got recess for 5 or 6 weeks, whereas if they're moving now, there's that sort of pace behind them. They can, it gives them cover to be able to act quickly, which again benefits some candidates more than others.
Yeah, this is it. Like, everyone's kind of weighing out their options. Like, it's kind of quite Game of Thrones at the minute, it feels like. I was going to ask about the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, which feels like about 3 weeks ago, but it was just yesterday, because it felt like there was quite a lot riding on that speech, and he came out and it didn't really feel like he said actually very much. At what point do you think that was actually what pushed some MPs over the edge?
I mean, yeah, I was obviously in the room for it, and I was working this Sunday, so again, we'd spent all day kind of thinking, what is this absolute, like, sort of masterstroke game plan that they're going to come up with, because we could feel the stakes. So how much pressure is he under? He must understand exactly the pressure that his colleagues are putting on him. And it didn't really feel as though he offered the MPs that I spoke to anything new. They felt like he didn't sort of have the kind of emotional gravitas that they were looking for. And arguably, you can argue that they set a bar that he almost deliberately couldn't meet. How was he ever going to be able to turn things around after having made promises of reset so many times before and yet failed to win them over? I remember looking around the room and seeing even some of the jokes were being scripted into the auto cue at the back, and it just didn't feel like the terribly sort of natural, forthright, communicative leader that some of these MPs are looking for. But on policy, obviously, we did get big announcements about what's going to be in the King's speech, and that's almost come to sum up the problems of this government.
Thanks so much. Great to get your analysis and your take on what is really proving to be a pretty chaotic already situation here in Downing Street. All eyes on what the Cabinet do. We know, of course, some have already said that the Prime Minister needs to go, he needs to set out a timetable. Shabana Mahmood, Home Secretary, others like the Community Secretary, Steve Reid, saying he's the same position, shouldn't be going anywhere. One person who I think a lot of focus has been on, but who's been quite quiet so far, is the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. She entered number 11 in the last few moments. Let's just have a little listen to the shouts that she got when she arrived here. That was Rachel Reeves hopping in. I think it says a lot that she did all she possibly could to not see her face, right? The guy knocked on the door first to get her in as quickly as possible because, as you can imagine, this morning, Downing Street is full. There's an awful lot of cameras, there's a lot of journalists, a lot of eyes on the people who are going to be arriving here over the next hour or so, because they really do hold the future of the Prime Minister in their hands. Coming up, we're going to get the view from the Conservative peer, someone who is, I think, very forthright in his views often when it comes to political situations, Lord Vasey.
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict. The world has been watching. Good to see you again. How are you? Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back. Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They will be all out to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on. I'm Yalda Hakim.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist...
My darling.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
...is being a Sky News journalist. You said to people, I'm not coming back for more, but you have come back for more.
Well, let's kick off and make a statement.
What can our Prime Minister say to you to not impose tariffs?
He's coming out! What more do you need?
Welcome back. Let's get the view of the Conservatives now. We're joined by the peer and former Minister Lord Vasey in light of all of the shenanigans in government and Parliament. Lord Vasey, what's your latest sort of expectation? Do you think the writing's on the wall now for the Prime Minister or not?
I think the writing is on the wall for Keir Starmer. I mean, it is reminiscent of Boris Johnson's departure. I was one of the people who went out to bat for Boris Johnson, amazingly, when he was Prime Minister and under threat. But there came a point when you just said, that's it. When half his cabinet was resigning, he was pulling people in off the street to fill ministerial positions. And it feels a tipping point when you're getting into the 70s and 80s of your backbenchers saying, we can't go on like this, going out in public. You can't really come back from that. But the timing is difficult. You know, I came to the Sky Studios in Westminster amid lots of road closures because the state opening of Parliament is tomorrow. The government is, in theory, announcing its forward-looking agenda. And I think Keir Starmer will want to use that as a way of saying, look, I'm still here and I've got an agenda and I'm carrying on. But I can't see how this ends well for Keir Starmer.
What is more of an affront to the King? To cancel the King's speech or to force him to do it days or even weeks before you then actually have a change of government?
Well, I think the King is a very tolerant man and he's just done his state visit to see President Trump. So I think they will go ahead with the King's speech. I think they cannot possibly cancel the King's speech. That is complete chaos. And they will then just have to get on with what they do about Keir Starmer. And I think it will be, if he does go, and I think he will go, it will be probably next week and he'll announce an orderly transition. He'll say, we'll have a new leader by the conference, but we've got an agenda, we're going to carry on with that. And I think, weirdly, that will produce a kind of period of calm as people kind of jostle about who is going to take part in this contest. So that's, to me, it feels like how it will play out. But I just cannot see Keir Starmer coming back from this.
It raises an interesting point if you sort of get on with the agenda of the King's speech going forward. If there is a change in leader, do you expect significant shifts in policy, or will they be just as tied to the manifesto as they would be today?
It's hard to know, and it's a good question, because obviously the manifesto is everything, and we saw what difficulty they had with the assisted dying bill, which wasn't in their manifesto. So I would expect, everyone expects the next leader of the Labour Party to be more soft left, to be more Labour, if you like. But I imagine that there'll be stuff in there that will be, happily taken up by the next leader of the Labour Party, the next Prime Minister. And you can start to tweak the agenda a bit, but you can start to, think about your next manifesto for the next election, which is obviously going to be a bit of a struggle for the Labour Party.
Is Europe going to be at the centre of that for all parties, do you think?
I suspect that, the irony about Keir Starmer's dilemma here, which I think started with a very bad budget with Rachel Reeves, which alienated small business owners, and was then followed by the welfare climb down, which alienated the left, is that in theory, the government has some achievements it can talk about. Apparently, it's making great strides on reducing immigration. It's making great strides on reducing hospital waiting lists. I think most of the Labour Party supports getting closer to Europe, but they don't support having a huge debate about re-entering Europe. So I imagine Europe will go on the back burner, and they will focus more on things like industrial strategy and a more activist government in terms of issues like welfare and workers' rights and so on and so forth. So I don't imagine that Europe is going to be front and centre in the way it has been with Keir Starmer.
It's interesting, obviously, off the back of the locals. Clearly, the focus, the locals and the elections in Wales and Scotland, the focus has been on the Prime Minister and obviously the government struggles in those various different polls. Should it also be on the Conservative Party's struggles?
Yeah, I do think, it's masked, as it were, the challenges the Conservative Party faces with reform. Everyone is focused on the twin challenges that Labour faces, with the Greens on one side and reform on the other side. The challenge for the Conservatives is, can they break out of the South East? Now, I thought the results in the local elections were good enough for the Conservatives to say that we can carry on, we can make progress. I think it weirdly opens up the London mayoralty race. It's now a kind of four-way split in London between the four parties. So you could, in theory, see a good Conservative candidate coming through and winning the London mayoralty, which would be absolutely extraordinary. But the challenge remains for the Conservatives: can we get back to being a national party when you've got reform in the north, the nationalist parties in Scotland and Wales, with reform effectively replacing us as the centre-right opposition? That is the big challenge. And it's about getting airtime when the debate is simply about, have Labour messed things up so badly that we're sleepwalking to a reform government? So getting the airtime and being able to say, no, the Conservatives have something to say here and a role to play is a challenge.
Finally, do you have sympathy for Keir Starmer?
I do have a bit of sympathy. I have a tiny bit of sympathy for Keir Starmer. I think he, you go in, you win an extraordinary election, you have a massive majority, and then you continually mess that up. That is at his door. His inability to articulate a mission for his government, an agenda and a narrative is certainly at his door. So in that sense, I don't have any sympathy. But at the same time, I think that the Labour Party is completely missing the point. And I think that they are opening up a whole new set of problems with a leadership election. We've already seen the massively unpleasant briefing against Wes Streeting already starting. I'm not sure they know what they're letting themselves in for.
Ed Vaizey, always a pleasure. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Lord Vaizey there. Let's get more now on the calls for Sir Keir Starmer to quit as Prime Minister. We're joined now by James Medway, the economist and former advisor to Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell. A very good morning to you. Borrowing costs are rising again this morning. We're up to 5.1% on the UK 10-year, briefly hitting a fresh high since 2008. Should cabinet ministers be focused on issues like that before they decide to push the Prime Minister to the brink this morning?
Well, the challenge they're starting to run into at this point is that it's not only the prospect of Starmer going that is causing alarm for those trading bonds and trading the pound, which has also fallen somewhat in early trading this morning. It's the fact that there's uncertainty about him staying that is also starting to weigh in everybody's minds, that we just have this period, if he goes, of some months before a leadership contest is decided and we're likely to get a new Prime Minister guaranteed in place. That's even before considering what that Prime Minister wants to do. The sad reality is that the British economy is in a bad place and there are hard constraints on what any new Prime Minister is likely to be able to achieve without doing something seriously more radical than any of the contenders standing currently for the Labour leadership would seriously contemplate.
Do you think that in order to win any leadership race, we'll see pledges for, I guess, wishful pledges for more spending?
Well, I think everybody would like to, it's the Labour Party, its sort of default setting is to try and find more ways to spend. And actually, this is a government that has increased spending along with taxes over the last few years. It's just that it's still some way short of perhaps what public services might require in this country. So yes, we will see some pledges around that, but the hard conditioning fact in it is that with the bond markets as they are, with the position of government debt and government borrowing as it is, there is a genuine constraint over and above whatever the fiscal rules are, whatever changes you might want to make to this, that is preying on every single candidate for that Labour leadership. We might start to see some creativity about suggestions on, for example, bringing in tiered reserves, trying to claw back some of the money we effectively give the Bank of England for its quantitative tightening programme. You can start to get more creative, but there is a hard constraint of what any future Prime Minister is going to be able to do at this point in time.
In terms of the runners and riders, I mean, you've got experience working close to John McDonnell and, of course, part of the Jeremy Corbyn shadow cabinet. Do you think the most likely next leader is someone from the left of the party?
Well, I think the party, I mean, speaking now politically, party has changed significantly under Keir Starmer's watch. I mean, a large number of people who supported Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell have left. Some have joined the Greens, some have gone elsewhere. This is a party that's quite a different composition of the membership, and we're looking, I think, for different things as a leader. I don't envy the next leader of the Labour Party, frankly. Jeremy Corbyn and John had it relatively easy. This was benign economic conditions when he was leader of the Labour Party. You could promise more borrowing, you could promise more spending, and the consequences were relatively limited when interest rates were so low. Today, this looks very different, and whoever takes over is going to have a really tough challenge reconciling the expectations that everybody, not just party activists, but all those millions of voters out there have for a Labour government with the hard situation that the British economy now finds itself in.
How important is this cabinet meeting that's going to take place in the next hour? Is it Go ahead.
We've had sort of speculation and a number of sort of reports of cabinet ministers saying they were having quiet words, some going back actually a few weeks, if reports are to be believed, with Keir Starmer. But he's not someone who is evidently inclined to. He's not a quitter, as someone once said, and that I think might lead him to thinking he can stick this one out. And of course, as he has actually done, at least implicitly in the past, pointing to the bond market reaction and saying, look, this is not a time to be thinking about transferring. A way out of this might be to make it abundantly clear that there'll be a sort of caretaker Prime Minister during the course of the election, or for some contender to emerge who is so obviously ahead of everyone else that a transition would be very smooth. But I don't think the latter is very likely to happen. So I strongly suspect he's going to be still digging his heels in and clinging onto the door by his fingernails and whatever other expression you might be thinking of here. We'll see what actually emerges.
James, great stuff. Thanks so much. We will continue our build-up to that all-important cabinet meeting and watching for arrivals, which, of course, should begin in the next minutes, really, given that the cabinet meeting is just 30 or so minutes away. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics. I'm so sorry about what happened to you. So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think? It's really unusual. Mornings with Ridge and Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started.
This is how you travel when the mafia wants to kill you.
He's almost given up his own freedom, but that's the price he's willing to pay.
Here, they don't just arrest 'Ndrangheta mafia members, they also live among them.
Time after time, I've seen the devastating impact of extreme weather and climate change.
We don't have much snow at the moment.
They've had a warm spring and exceptionally hot summer, and that means they're expecting to lose more than 3 times the amount of ice than they usually do.
Flames are still forcing people from their homes and leaving many questioning their futures.
Here was my life. We have nothing. I can't say anything, it's so sad.
This disaster is testing the resolve of everyone on this island.
The only way out now is by boat.
Everything you see is devastated, and the misery being felt by people living here is repeated in towns and villages across Central Europe.
Sky News, get the full story first.
Turkey is burying its dead. The loss is profound.
Whole families died in this collapse, generations wiped out.
The violence has penetrated the heart of the city rather than being contained to the estates around the edge, and that speaks to the level of anger being felt here.
In Sweden, police have seized a lethal stash. This is just a small sample of the deadly arsenal taken off the streets.
This is an example of an advert, really. Anyone of any age could say, I'll do that for £1 million, and then have to go and shoot someone.
Yes.
I'm Siobhan Robbins, Sky's Europe correspondent based here in Berlin.
We're trying to see as much as we can. We're in an area that's just been reclaimed. Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
People are directly protesting.
The whole neighborhood is rallied around her. It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan. I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming. It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
Welcome back to Mornings. Let's just show you the very latest from Downing Street, where, of course, Cabinet Ministers are arriving ahead of that all-important Cabinet meeting. Here is David Lammy arriving.
Did the Prime Minister resign, Mr Lammy? Is it over for Keir Starmer? Will you ask him to step down, Mr Lammy? Has the Prime Minister lost the dressing room? Should he fight on, Mr Lammy? Can you believe it's come to this?
Some loud and clear shouting there as well, as Sophie was alluding to, getting very busy there on the camera side, the journalist side in Downing Street, ahead of that all-important Cabinet meeting. 9:30 arrivals will be continuing. We'll be back out with Sophie shortly for more coverage on that. But first, over the past few years, Sky News has exposed multiple cases of mistreatment against people in Greater Manchester Police custody, which led to an inquiry by Dame Vera Baird. Following its recommendations, a new custody suite will open in Manchester this week. Officers say the focus will be improving safety for detainees and staff. Our home editor, Jason Farrell, was given a first look inside.
Get arrested in Manchester this Thursday, and you could be the first customer in this shiny new facility. Greater Manchester Police are keen to demonstrate that they've changed after a series of Sky News reports exposed mistreatment of people, especially women, in custody.
Females in custody do get given a female welfare officer, which would be myself or any female that is on.
Previously, we've exposed unlawful arrests, unnecessary strip searches, malpractice towards vulnerable women in custody. It led to a review by Dame Vera Baird, whose report in 2024 was damning and suggested numerous changes. The force says it's implemented all the recommendations and more, including the first ever airport-style scanner.
So this is basically to stop having to do strip searches?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is a brilliant facility. Now, insofar as all of the recommendations out of the Baird Review, we have met every single one with interest. Our custody team are now held up by the National Police Chiefs Council as the custody team of the year.
Keep your hands still. Stay still. Someone just let them know. That's it.
But we've spoken to several of those whose cases were examined by the Baird Review, including Danica, who the review found was unlawfully arrested and strip-searched. Several still have complaints waiting to be resolved years on from their mistreatment.
It doesn't matter how much equipment you put into the police stations. It doesn't matter how many rules and recommendations they changed. you still haven't spoke to us. You still haven't told us why this happened.
Well, Jason's here to discuss this with me. It's a very clear juxtaposition there from the comments at the end, but also the rather encouraging different footage that you've had exclusive access to of much better facilities. Has it changed the culture?
Well, I think if you watch the report through online, you'll see that we look at this issue of how much have they actually improved, for example, the complaint system. And one of the ways of looking at that is, well, how well have the complaints been dealt with of the people who've been in the inquiry? And a lot of them are still waiting for their complaints to go through the system. And some of them have been in that system for about 4 years. And when I asked the Commissioner whether anyone had been disciplined as a result of the Baird inquiry, the answer is no. No one had faced any disciplinary action as a result of anything that happened to any of the people in the Baird review. Now, he'll say that it didn't cross the threshold and that it was a cultural issues that have now been resolved, that it was management-led issues that were the problem. And that was his reason why no individual has been disciplined. But when you look at some of the things that happened to some of those people, they certainly feel that individual officers were responsible for their treatment.
Does Andy Burnham deserve credit for the changes that we're just talking about?
Well, he called for the inquiry, so he, having seen what was going on, and he has had a number of inquiries into Greater Manchester Police, as well as looking into grooming gangs as well. And he has made that a focus while he's been Mayor of Manchester. And he pulled in Dame Vera Baird, but it was really Dame Vera who spotted what the problems were. She made a number of recommendations. And I think the key one there is that they can now they don't do welfare strip searches at all. So if they're looking for items on someone who they think is suicidal, for example, they keep them under observation. They don't take all their clothes off, which she thought was something that added to stress. But also, now that they've got these very decent metal detectors and body detectors in there, it means they'll have to do fewer strip searches, which are very humiliating for people when they come in. I mean, you're not going there because you're staying at a nice hotel. But, you know, you are going there because you've probably committed a crime, but nonetheless, people will be treated with more dignity because of those facilities.
Jason, as always, great stuff. Thanks so much. Let's get back out to Downing Street with more from Sophy.
We are here in Downing Street at number 10 ahead of that all-important cabinet meeting where the Prime Minister's future really is hanging in the balance. A couple of arrivals to bring you, interestingly, the first people through the door, David Lammy, Justice Secretary, Deputy Prime Minister, and Baron Hermer, who is the Attorney General, two loyalists to the Prime Minister. Let's listen to what happened.
Should the Prime Minister resign, Mr. Lammy? Is it over for Keir Starmer? Will you ask him to step down, Mr. Lammy? Has the Prime Minister lost the dressing room? Should he fight on, Mr. Lammy?
I'm going to let you can hear the shouts. We're joined by our political editor, Beth Rigby. Interestingly, the two people through that door first, two loyalists.
Yes. Hermer and Lammy are two key prime ministerial allies, and interesting that they're in early ahead of this crunch cabinet meeting. Look, in terms of where the cabinet's at, David Lammy, as I understand it, was in with the Prime Minister last night. He was calling around ministers, trying to gauge their support for the PM. I think it was a combination of trying to get some of them to publicly voice support for Keir Starmer, but also a sense of just trying to work out where the party was at. There was Jonathan Reynolds, the Chief Whip, also in there with the Prime Minister doing this ring round last night. Now, the Cabinet is splitting into different camps. That's where Lammy is. Where Hermer, Pat McFadden, the Work and Pensions Secretary is, and Steve Reed, the Housing Secretary is they are all urging the Prime Minister to fight on. So you've got a kind of fighting on camp, and then you've got others that are quietly saying to him, maybe you need to have a think about this. And in that camp, there is clearly Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, the Defence Secretary, John Healey, and the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, all went in to see the Prime Minister last night. Now, as I understand it, neither Yvette Cooper nor John Healey explicitly told the Prime Minister to set out a timetable, but there was some, do you want to have a think maybe in the interests of the country, the party, what what you want to do. I think Shabana Mahmood was more forceful. So what you're seeing there is a cabinet splitting. Then the big question is Wes Street and the health secretary that's going to come up today. It will be the first time that he sees the Prime Minister. Is he going to say something publicly in cabinet to other colleagues? Is there going to be a showdown in that cabinet? There were some conflicting things I was picking up yesterday. Some sources telling me people are going to go in individually, which is what we saw played out, but also whether there might be some sort of challenge around the table.
See, this is it. I'm kind of like everyone, I guess, trying to work out how much of this is coordinated, how much of it is like responding to events as they go on, and I guess all eyes as well on, you know, for the guy that many people are looking to as the king over the water, if you like, Andy Burnham.
Yeah, look, this is potentially going to get very messy indeed. Where's the PM at? I mean, Darren Jones this morning, one of his key allies, coming onto the airwaves talking to you and other channels talking about the PM in listening mode. I was told last night he was obviously weighing up the options, trying to work out what he's going to do. But meanwhile, in the parliamentary party, there's a lot of anger because those that would want Andy Burnham back, they don't want a swift contest. And there is a sense amongst some of them, they think that Wes Streeton and his allies are trying to coordinate this, that they want a swift race, because the quicker they're out of the blocks and Andy Burnham is not able to stand, the better it is for Wes Streeton. But I spoke to one of Andy Burnham's allies this morning. They're telling me that electing a new leader and PM by conference by the end of September would give the Manchester Mayor enough time to get back to Westminster and stand. This person said colleagues will not accept another London leader.
Extraordinary. It really is. And I think, as Beth was saying there is an awful lot of moving parts. There's a lot of factions who want different things. All eyes on the people going through that door in the next half hour or so. Me and Beth, of course, will be here to bring you all of the action from the street as it unfolds on what could be a monumental day for the Prime Minister and for the leadership of the United Kingdom as well.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news.
Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking...
Thank you so much.
...trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access. Let me give you a sneak peek. It was the day those present would never forget. Why did you decide to open up and tell your story?
Very good morning to you. It's 9 o'clock. Welcome to Mornings with Ridge and Frost.
We're live in Downing Street today. Good morning from me as well on a momentous day for the Prime Minister.
Judgment Day for Sir Keir Starmer, who faces calls from 74 of his own MPs to resign.
The Prime Minister said to be weighing his options as he faces a crucial cabinet meeting in the next half hour.
But with reports of a cabinet split, he'll step up to challenge the Prime Minister.
Well, we'll bring you all the comings and goings here in Downing Street. We'll be live here all morning.
Also today, ahead of President Trump's big trip to China, he says that the ceasefire with Iran is on life support, so could more military action be on the horizon?
Good morning. Welcome to the programme. We are live in Downing Street because the Prime Minister is facing an absolutely monumental day as he tries to save his job in the face of a growing number of his own MPs calling for him to resign. So far, 74 of them have said explicitly that he needs to go. And this morning, in the next half hour, he's going to have to confront that threat in person at a meeting of the Cabinet, which we will, of course, give you the full details on as soon as we get a sense of what was said. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood among those telling Keir Starmer he needs to announce a timetable for his departure following last week's disastrous election results. And I think all eyes as well on Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, the first time he'll be seeing Keir Starmer since all of those MPs launched their calls for him to go. This morning, though, something quite significant happened. One of the Prime Minister's closest allies, Darren Jones, the guy who in many ways is the last line of defence, came on this programme and said that the Prime Minister is weighing his decisions as we speak.
I'm not going to get ahead of any decision that the Prime Minister may or may not take. He was very clear yesterday that he will not be walking away, as some of my colleagues have asked him to do. I've observed we've got over 400 Labour MPs in the House of Commons. I don't belittle the, I think now 70 who have raised concerns publicly. All I would say is that the vast majority of us are focused on using the time we have in government to be able to deliver the types of change for people across the country that we're also passionate.
Darren, can the PM hold on? Is it all over for Keir Starmer, sir?
Darren Jones there, entering number 10 ahead of that cabinet meeting. Our political editor, Beth Rigby, there. I mean, look, the next hour is going to be absolutely crucial.
Absolutely crucial. And as I was just saying to you earlier, the cabinet is split. There is no clear consensus about what happens now. What there is consensus is that this is pretty chaotic, and I think everyone I speak to says this is a mess, this is chaotic. I mean, the numbers of MPs calling on the Prime Minister now to stand down or set out a timetable for his departure has ticked up to 76, and this is where some cabinet ministers, such as Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, are privately saying to the Prime Minister, look, is it time to think about your future, in that if you cannot command the confidence of your parliamentary party, you cannot continue to govern? Some of the old guard, John Healey, Yvette Cooper, Shabana Mahmood, in last night to talk to the Prime Minister individually and privately. This morning, he's going to face his obvious challenger, Wes Streeting. Lots of questions about whether Wes Streeting will directly challenge the Prime Minister. His team have said consistently he doesn't want to do that. But I think if it spills over into something that doesn't seem sustainable for Keir Starmer, I imagine he will step into the fray, because this actually is his best chance to go, to move now. Will the Prime Minister resign, Mr. Alexander? Do you support Keir Starmer, sir?
Douglas Alexander going in there. It's interesting to see
Scottish Secretary.
The order of people going in. So first of all, we had David Lammy, we had Baron Hermer, two very close allies. Darren Jones also seemed to be an ally. Douglas Alexander, someone that we understand, I think, that the Prime Minister's been taking soundings from as well. I guess, people who are a bit more loyal going in first.
A bit more loyal going in first, but as I said, onto the cabinet divisions, you've got a team of people, as I understand it, that are telling Keir Starmer to fight on, the likes of Pat McFadden, the Work and Pensions Secretary, David Lammy, Johnny Reynolds, his Chief Whip, former Business Secretary. They think the PM should dig in and fight on. And then there are, as I said, a group that think he should maybe call time on the Premiership, and then there's others that are sort of sitting on the fence. I think part of the problem Keir Starmer has, and you can see that in the bubbling up of the party, is he came into politics late in his mid-50s. He's not known to be a particular political Prime Minister, and he doesn't have a massive base in the party. And so when he's up against it, there is not this outpouring of support. And I think what's really interesting in the past 12 hours is when he was facing a challenge, potentially, back in February when Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, called on him to resign. You had all of the cabinet coming out to back Keir Starmer, and what you've had now is just tumbleweed, because everyone's weighing up what to do, and the Prime Minister's having to weigh up what to do. And it's very uncertain, Sophie, what's going to happen, whether he will, as he keeps saying, fight on, whether he will decide that it's sensible to set out a timetable. It's really unclear, or whether someone just goes over the top and tries to trigger a leadership race.
So, like you say, it is very, very, feels chaotic. Honestly, I think I was so struck by the Darren Jones interview, because I was expecting him to come out there and to give the line that we've heard numerous times over the next few days, that the Prime Minister's up for the challenge,
yes,
and then it was such a change in tone.
But I don't think that the Prime Minister, Peter Carl and Liz Kendall, sorry to interrupt myself. It's going
to be one of those days.
Peter Carl, the Business Secretary, and Liz Kendall coming up. Now, Liz Kendall's consistently sort of on the progressive ring, the more centre-right of the party. That is where Wes Streeting sits. Peter Carl's Wes Streeting's best friend, but they have been pretty publicly loyal. Are you backing Keir Starmer? Peter, are you backing Keir Starmer or Wes Streeting? Liz, are you backing Keir Starmer?
Peter Carl there telling me that he spent the weekend seeing The Devil Wears Prada with Wes Streeting. So
I know, I saw that.
Apparently they didn't talk about leadership.
Nothing to see here, Sophie.
Absolutely fine.
But look, in all seriousness, so I mean, this is the question about what happens now, because there are so many different ways that this can rumble out. First, it might be that the Prime Minister says, "I'm not going to resign," and then we've got to see is, will some cabinet ministers begin to resign? Last night, some ministers that want Keir Starmer gone told me that if cabinet ministers don't do it, then they will start resigning. And the reason I'm saying, there's so many different mutations of how this could go in the coming hours. But I think what's clear is that if Keir Starmer does not go of his own on his own terms, then there will be a move to force him out, and there could be more resignations. I guess the question is whether he can corral enough of the cabinet to back him. But it feels pretty much like it's unstoppable. That's what a lot of senior people in the party are saying to me. And the fact that Darren Jones, you were saying he wasn't just he's going to fight on, what he said less than 24 hours ago, Keir Starmer at the podium, it's because he can't. Because he can't. He doesn't want to do that, because all it does is it winds up the party even more.
The other thing to bring into this, Beth, and I'm interested to get your take, is this division between people who want something now, as in allies of Wes Streeting, and Andy Burnham supporters who want a delay. Just to bring you just a flavour of this, John McDonnell, obviously not a Keir Starmer loyalist, of course, on the left of the party, he's tweeted this morning to say, "I called for time for serious discussion, no precipitous coup." Instead, Wes Streeting has launched a coup for fear of a democratic process, and while candidates are blocked, handing the leadership to Mandelson's protégé is a gift to reform. And I guess that is the kind of Andy Burnham camp line.
We were on the telly on Friday, and we had John McDonnell on, and then we had Dawn Butler, and we had a number of people from the soft left. Lou Hay came out and said publicly that they wanted the Prime Minister to set out a timetable. And they were people that want to basically try to get Andy Burnham back, and they want to begin a change of leadership. Now, Keir Starmer's allies would say, as soon as you say you're going, you're done. Like, no Prime Minister does that. But what's happened, and this is the anger that you're picking up in some of those messages, is that there's a massive group of the party that are furious now because they see this move against Starmer as orchestrated by Wes Street and allies. They want to wait for Andy Burnham to get back into Westminster to give him a shot at the leadership. Wes Street knows if he goes up against Andy Burnham would beat him. And so now there's quite a lot of anger. And what I'm picking up from some allies of Burnham in the Parliamentary Party this morning is that they want a timetable to elect a new leader by party conference, which is the final week of September the 26th, that weekend. And that would, they say, give Andy Burnham more time. I was told over the weekend that there is an MP willing to stand down to allow Burnham back, but it's ferociously complicated. Now, by-election, a Greater Manchester Mayor election, you've got to do all of that. You've got to do all of that to get him back into Parliament, which is no guarantee to then run this race. But one final thought. The problem I think they've got is if, and these are all our hypotheticals, but say Wes Streeting does become the Prime Minister, he's then got a legitimacy problem with a load in the Labour Party that think that the soft left candidate, Andy Burnham, hasn't had a chance at the top job. So it really is very messy. And just to say one thing as well, I was speaking to a cabinet minister last night, and they were just in despair at what was going on. And I'm trying to find my quote as I feel. And they said, well, look, this is what they said. I think the Labour Party is about to put itself out of power for a serious period of time by repeating mistakes of the Tories. And that is quite a widely held view in the party. There are a lot of MPs with their heads in their hand going, don't do this is nuts.
Yeah, I think this is it, because often with these things, and look, me and you have stood here before, right, because there's been quite a lot in recent years. I think the average sort of term for the last few Prime Ministers has been 2 years. But this feels slightly different because, as Beth said, there is a split. And Beth, go and get some water. It's one of those...
Yeah, it's the pollen.
It's hay fever nightmare, to be honest, here. But it feels slightly different because there is a genuine split. It feels like, there are people who are absolutely head in their hands despairing, saying, what on earth is going on? How have we allowed ourselves to be in this situation? So I think a pretty clear issue.
Anatoly, can the Prime Minister... Anna, can the Prime Minister survive this? Anna, can the Prime Minister survive?
So that is Anatoly. She is the chair of the Labour Party, another interesting person to be going through the doors of number 10 early this morning. And I guess all of these
she also does not want any of this. She was at the speech yesterday with Lucy Powell, the deputy leader. She does not want this to happen. She will be fully behind Keir Starmer. But I think the problem is that it's kind of becoming unstoppable. And you've got 76 MPs calling for your resignation.
And there's a genuine, I think, lack of clarity. We've got the loyalists going in. Why are they going in? Are they going in because Keir Starmer is trying to rally them together to fight? Are they going in because he wants to level with them ahead of a decision that he's already made about his future? At the minute, we do not know. But that is going to become, I think, increasingly clear as the day goes on. I mean, Beth, you've interviewed Keir Starmer perhaps more than everyone. You were at that speech yesterday, which was supposed to be the make or break speech, the fight back speech. It's hard to read. What's your sort of sense?
It's so interesting with Keir Starmer. The thing that the sort of puzzle that I have never been able to understand, and I've asked him this a number of times and got absolutely nowhere, to be fair, is why it was back in 2021 with the Hartlepool by-election, when they lost that by-election and they lost 300 council seats. Keir Starmer was Labour leader. It's a massive low point for them. He admitted 3 years later in an interview, he actually admitted it to Tom Baldwin, his unofficial biographer, in an article, and then I asked him on camera and he admitted it. He said, yes, I considered resigning because I didn't want to be bigger than the party. I was holding the party back. I didn't want to do that. I wanted a Labour government. And yet, now he's in this position where they've lost 1,500 council seats, 40 councils, the control of Wales. Every time you say, have you not even thought that maybe you're the problem? He is unbelievably resolute. And I think trying to get into his head a bit because he won that election. He thinks he's earned the mandate. He won the election. He was the head of the party, he won the majority, and I think he feels like he's not been given enough time to deliver that actually this change message with the situation the country was in, some of the loads of mistakes they've made that he would freely admit to, that he hasn't been given enough time to turn it round. But what you're seeing here is a party panicking because they've looked at these results, they've looked at reform, they've decided that Keir Starmer has lost the country and lost the voters, and that when you lose them, when they're not listening anymore, when they're ignoring you, when they won't give you a hearing, that is not a leader that they can be successful for at a general election. And a number of them are saying now's time to go. But Keir Starmer has said the whole way through he will fight on, and my instinct is that it's going to take quite a lot to get him out of there. I think all Prime Ministers we've ever covered, they hang on until they really cannot hang on anymore.
Boris Johnson, when he literally couldn't fill the posts. He couldn't fill the posts,
yeah.
You know? And so we're not in that situation
So it
now.
might be really messy. Or he might have a moment where he says, I'm going to put the party or the country. But his argument would be as well that this will put the country into chaos, that we've got the Iran crisis, and that that it will put the country into chaos. So
it's going to be a busy morning. I can see it's going to be one of those mornings where me and Beth are going to be on our phones a lot because this is a fast-moving and fluid situation. We're going to talk now to the Conservatives. We can speak to Richard Holden, the party chair. Firstly, I just want to say, Shadow Transport Secretary, apologies. Just to say, if we jump away from you, apologies. It's a very fluid morning. What is your take? Many people, I think, this morning will be like, we don't want to go back to the chaos of the Conservatives, let's just go.
I think we're in a situation now where the Prime Minister has clearly lost the confidence of his own party. We're seeing huge numbers of Labour MPs publicly calling for him to go. We're seeing the Cabinet, it's been reported on overnight, many members of that saying that the Prime Minister should go as well. I think we're in this situation, though, because of a lack of direction from the Prime Minister, and that's really down to him not driving in the right way. That's why we as Conservatives have managed to force around 20 U-turns in the House of Commons on everything from grooming gangs, which Kemi really hammered him on at Prime Minister's questions a few months ago, to the winter fuel payments. Kemi's response to the budget really showed up those big issues facing high streets up and down the country, from places like Basildon and Billericay, my own constituency, where we're seeing youth unemployment now caused to rise because of that tax that has been pushed by the Labour Party in government. So this is about the decisions that are being taken, the decisions and that direction of travel from the government. And it's being brought home as well by those decisions like the appointment of Peter Mandelson. And it's only by actions by the Conservatives in Parliament, such as calling that humble address to get that information out there, that we're really seeing actually the terrible decision-making and the processes within Number 10 under this Prime Minister and under this Labour government. So I don't take any, I'm not dancing up and down about this situation. What I do see, though, is that the country needs stability, and actually it's more unstable if the Prime Minister stays than if he goes now, because it's quite clear he's pushed around by his own party. There is no direction from him at all, and no leadership from the top.
Thank you for coming on. We're going to jump away. Here's Steve Rees.
Steve, you said yesterday the PM would stay. Is it over for him? Steve Reed, is it over for Keir Starmer?
Well, as Steve Reed walking in there, PM loyalist, we have got our first resignation from government. There's Pat McFadden.
Pat McFadden, would you like the Prime Minister to fight on? Is it over for Keir Starmer, sir?
Another person fighting for him to resign, and we have got our first ministerial resignation. Miata, sorry, not to resign.
Not to resign.
Oh my goodness, get that right. Two loyalists.
He'll come out and have a go at you, Sophie, and then we'll be in trouble.
That's a very important on-air clarification. There's too much news coming in.
We're in a news tsunami, Sophie.
Miata Fambula first.
I was just saying, wasn't I, that the pressure could continue to build, and if Starmer doesn't decide to go, will ministers start resigning? And just ahead of Cabinet, we've got our first ministerial resignation. Miata Fanbele, she was the Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Housing. She has quit. I've got her letter. I'm reading it blind. She says that she was proud to work in the government. She says, whilst progress has been made, we've not acted with the vision, pace, ambition that our mandate for change demands, nor have we governed as a Labour Party clear about our values. Mistakes like the winter fuel payments, cuts to support provided to disabled people left too many of my constituents doubting our mission. And she says, you, Prime Minister, have lost the trust and confidence of the public. She says, I urge you to do the right thing and set a timetable for an orderly transition so a new team can deliver the change.
So she's the MP for Peckham, she's the Minister for Devolution. Interestingly, Miata Fanbele liked the Angela Rayner post on X, which I think perhaps gives you a bit of a sense of her allegiances.
She's on the left of the party. Look, I think what's happening on the soft left is really fascinating, because Angela Rayner, I think, is pretty clear that I don't think that she would want to give... Hilary Benn, has the Labour Party lost its mind, sir? We've got Jenny, is that Jenny Chapman?
It is one of those, I mean, look, you can hear the wall of noise, and I think this gives you a sense of what is going on in Downing Street now.
Is it over for Keir Starmer?
It is a extraordinary...
But going back to the issue on the soft left, there is a view, the idea that they would let Wes Streeting stand uncontested, that they just will not want that to happen. And then there's a question about, would Angela Rayner step forward in order to make sure that Wes Streeting did not have a free run at this? But really, the soft left seemed to have coalesced over the past couple of weeks around Andy Burnham, which was why, ahead of the local elections, there was a sense, you know, when Lucy Powell, the Deputy Labour leader, who's a big Burnham backer, came out and said, don't be hasty, don't try and unseat the Prime Minister, he's the right man for the job at the time, was why there was a sense that actually he might be all right, in that there was a big bunch of the party willing to prop him up until they could get Burnham back in, and then the calls were get Burnham back. But equally what happened on the soft left was a lot of them started coming out saying you should also resign, and that has kind of unplugged this sort of beginning now avalanche. Well, it started a drip and now it's a steady stream, and now it's beginning to be quite a flow of resignations now going up the chain.
Like you say, quite unstoppable. Do you think we could be in a situation where we might even see a kind of caretaker leader, like a kind of Ed Miliband figure or a John Healey figure, to try and stop? I mean, look,
that's possible. That is Wes Streeting, are you going to challenge the Prime Minister? Wes Streeting, are you challenging for the Labour leadership, sir? What are you going to say to Keir Starmer?
Penny for his thoughts, absolutely laser focused, trying to give absolutely nothing away.
He looked very stern there, didn't he?
It looked like a person trying to control his face, to not give a hint of a smile or of anything, is what I think. We're going to replay that to you just as we can, because Wes Streeting, the man you can see on your screens now, is right at the heart of this.
Are you measuring the curtains? Do you want the case to number 10, Mr. Streeting?
There's a question, isn't there, about how much this is all being orchestrated by Team Streeting, who, as you've been saying all morning, Beth, it's in his interests to have a quick contest before Andy Burnham gets back in.
Yeah, there's questions about whether or not it's been orchestrated. Look, from reading between the lines, and this is partial, I haven't spoken to all MPs. I think over the weekend, John Healey's now coming up, who has... John Healey, did you ask the Prime Minister to consider his position, sir? Sir, do you think Keir Starmer should stay on, sir? Mr. Healey, are you going to support Keir Starmer?
Defence Secretary John Healey. One of the people who spoke to the Prime Minister.
Yeah, I mean, John Healey, as I understand it, went to see the Prime Minister yesterday. As I understand it, he did not explicitly call on Keir Starmer to set out a timetable. Someone else come in now. Ed Miliband, is it time for Keir Starmer to stand down? Are you going to tell him to go, sir? Are you going to tell him to go? John Healey, so the reason we do this is to see, you know, they might respond. Anyway, we probably look nuts doing this, but anyway.
We do. We probably do look nuts, but you've got to ask. And actually, I think we can say these people are looking very, very stern and serious this morning.
Yeah, they are looking stern. And look, John Healey, as I understand it, and we'll come to Ed Miliband in a moment, he went in. As I understand it, he did not explicitly say set out a timetable, but he said you might want to have a think about, in the interests of the country and the party, what you want to do next. Ed Miliband, as I understand it, has already privately said to Keir Starmer, I think you need to consider a timetable for departure. But Ed Miliband is sort of Keir Starmer's oldest political friend, because they live near each other in North London. Ed Miliband helped Keir Starmer get his seat as an MP. So they go back a long way, and they've always been considered close friends, as actually has the Prime Minister with David Lammy, who's also, despite being a Tottenham Hotspur fan, and Keir Starmer's obviously into Arsenal, but they also live near each other in North London. But Ed Miliband has told him to set out a timetable very privately. And I think what's going to be fascinating in that cabinet room is to see whether Wes Streeting says anything publicly. But Sophie, going back to your question about is it coordinated, there's a lot of anger from MPs now who think it is. When Catherine West came out over the weekend, genuinely, I don't think people were expecting this. I don't think there was Catherine West, the stalking horse. I don't think that was what was going on. But what then happened is she kind of opened up the conversation. And then I think that then MPs have been coming out, and there are a lot of West supporters in that cohort, but equally other people would make the point it is across the party. It's not just one group of MPs. I mean, someone said to me this morning on the left of the party, they don't think that Wes Streeting would have the numbers, but people on the Wes Streeting side of the party would say he has.
It is absolutely, like Beth says, what happens behind the door right now is going to be decisive for Keir Starmer. We had the loyalists going in. We've since had people who are not law, I think it's fair to say, people who think Keir Starmer needs to go either immediately or set out a timetable. We just want to replay you those images of some of the men and women who have the Prime Minister's political future in their hands.
Wes Streeting, are you measuring the curtains? Do you want the case to number 10, Mr. Streeting? Should the Prime Minister resign, Mr. Healey? Is it over for Keir Starmer? Will you ask the Prime Minister to resign, Mr. Healey? Do you have confidence in the Prime Minister? Should he fight on, Minister? Should the Prime Minister resign, Mr. Miliband? Is it over for Keir Starmer? Will you ask for Keir Starmer to step down, Mr. Miliband?
We don't get any official report of what's going on in Cabinet, but I think it's fair to say that we will get a sense pretty quickly about what happens, not least from the Prime Minister. Best taking a well-deserved glug of coffee. We're settling in now, I think it's fair to say, for the long haul.
Look, I think also, you know, this is what Darren Jones said to you on the bottom of the screen there, the PM's listening, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves. I mean, he's kind of got to sit in that cabinet meeting and try to persuade his cabinet not to desert him. I mean, that's partly what's going on here. And I guess the question is, how does the cabinet fall? Are there enough that say they don't have confidence in him, that he thinks it's time to stand down? Does he try to do what Boris Johnson does, and if a couple of people resign, fill in the other gaps? I mean, the danger of all of this is the Labour Party could very quickly descend into very open civil warfare here, because if this is chaotic, and if different candidates such as Andy Burnham, who a big chunk of the party would want to stand, cannot stand, then they are going to get rid of Keir Starmer, come up with a very imperfect solution that doesn't satisfy the party, and then what? Do they go into another cycle of rowing with the leader, trying to change the leader? So this is really, really quite precarious now. But I think those who have said to me that the PM needs to go, it's because they genuinely think, and sometimes it's in regret, not anger, that he cannot command the support of the country. We've now got 78 MPs calling for him to go, so it's just ticking up and up and up.
78 MPs, the First Minister.
Yeah.
And look, Beth, I think it's an important point you say there about the civil war that we could enter into, because we are also, I think what Number 10 would say, or what Keir Starmer would say, we have a backdrop of a very, very difficult economic situation with Iran, with the cost of living going up, and I think there will be some who will put the question, like, has the UK become ungovernable because of this? We can see Heidi Alexander, Transport Secretary, coming up now.
Who's a loyalist, actually.
And James Murray as well.
Heidi and James, are you backing Keir Starmer? Are you going to tell Keir Starmer to stand down? There you go. Heidi Alexander considered a loyalist, actually. But yeah, Sophie, look, this is where, what some of the PM's allies also tell me is he's extremely frustrated at the moment, really frustrated, because what he's looking at behind that door is the Iran war, the knock-on effect on the economy, potentially interest rates going up, inflation going up. Are we going to have shortages of fuel? Are we going to enter quite a difficult economic period? And as he is trying to manage that, this is going on. And I think he's frustrated about that. I also think there's a split in the party where there are some that think doing this is madness. It just plays into the hands of reform, because they can say we're just as bad as the Tories, chopping and changing leaders. And so they're really angry about this, because they're saying you're just literally handing the government to Farage. But then there's another group of MPs who think if they don't replace Keir Starmer, he will hand the country to Nigel Farage. These are Labour MPs that really do not want a reform government, and they really want to stay in power. And so there's a division there as too. So there's sort of policy areas where this is going to be really difficult. But then on the politics of it, not only the civil war inside the party, but what will the country make of it as well? Yeah. I mean, that's why a lot of MPs, we're talking about this sort of not drip now, there's 78, this flow of resignations, but there's a massive silent majority of MPs that are not saying anything at all and probably want this to stop.
Yeah, we should say that it's now, just looking at the clock at the bottom of the screen, 9:31, and that means Cabinet has started. To be a fly on the wall. Number 10 were telling us this morning that top of the agenda was going to be the war in the Middle East. But look, I think it's fair to say that is not going to be top of the agenda, although it will be, of course, forefront of minds, given the impact on all of our cost of living and all of our cost pressures as well. But on the agenda today is the future of the Prime Minister.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine in that room where he just says, OK, the agenda for today is... I mean, he's going to have to say something to his Cabinet, and it might open up a discussion, and then what we hopefully will find out later is what people did not or didn't say to him. Will Wes Streeting publicly say, I think you should go, I'm going to challenge you? Will he have arranged with some of his allies around the Cabinet table to come in behind him? I don't know that at the moment. We're going to have to wait to see what happens in that room. Everyone really has, since last night, gone to ground a bit as they weigh up all the different options about what might happen around that table. And I think also something else to add about the Wes Streeting crew is that they don't want to appear to be agitating too much, because it's really annoying and upsetting the rest of the party. And part of the strategy of Wes Streeting's team the whole way through was not to be the person that forced the race, not to be the direct challenger, because that can often backfire on you very badly, both with MPs and with the party membership. And Wes Streeting is lacking with the party membership anyway. He's a progressive on the more right side of the Labour Party, and the membership are more left-wing. so they wouldn't naturally be minded to select someone like Wes Streeting.
Can I ask you about Shabana Mahmood? Because I had been curious as to her movements over the last couple of days. We had one of our allies, Josh Simons, one of the first people to call for the Prime Minister to resign on Sunday.
Her PPS called for Starmer to go.
Yeah,
she's gone in.
We know that she's made it public that she's wanted him to set out a timetable. Do you think she's moving?
Well, I think the thing with Shabana Mahmood's really interesting as well, because she used to be his campaign chief. I mean, you know, Shabana Mahmood in opposition was the Prime Minister's campaign chief. They were very close. When he did a reshuffle last year, he put her into the Home Office. She has long been seen as an ally of his, but she has moved against him. She backed him on the NEC. Remember, she was the chair of the National Executive Committee, the ruling body of the Labour Party, who she didn't vote, she abstained, but it was that body that stopped Burnham coming back in. There was talk a few months ago whether Shabana Mahmood would want to stand for leadership, but I have to say bluntly, her immigration reforms have gone down so badly with the party membership, I just cannot see a way that she would be able to run. And I mean, she might throw a hat in the ring, but I can't. She
get a good job.
Yeah, get a good job, or she's decided the writing's on the wall. I think the other thing about Shabana Mahmood, and this is me extrapolating rather than being told this. So this is me extrapolating. So, you know, with all the caveats, is that she has been the best voice really in that cabinet about fighting reform. Like, you can tell when you interview her about it how strongly she feels about trying to stop reform entering government. Like, she really feels it very strongly indeed. And I wonder whether she has got to the position where she thinks we need to change the leader in order to try and get into a position for the next election where we've got a candidate that can at least take on Farage and Polanski, right? I mean, they've got two leaders at either side of them, like, squeezing their vote, and it might be that that's where she's got to. But she has, you know, she has been the cabinet secretary that has gone in and said set out a timetable along with Ed Miliband.
And we're going to see, of course, if any other voices are added to those when we start to get through a little bit of a sense about what's going on right now in that room behind us. We'll have lots more with Beth in a moment. But as we wait for that, Wilf, to you in the studio from a packed number 10, I should say, on a day that is going to have such big consequences for the PM.
Yeah, listen, let's have a look at what this is all doing to financial markets, and it's pushing up borrowing costs. We've got the 10-year yield here. Going back to 2008, we hit a fresh high since July 2008 on the 10-year yield. That's the long-term chart where you can see the scale of the recent increase. We can zoom into a 6-month chart of this, and right to the far side of that chart, you'll see the push-up in the last couple of days in light of the political pressure, seeing it rise from, 4.9% late last week, up above 5.1% this morning, which gave it that high not seen since July 2008. But it's not just the political pressure. It's also the situation in the Middle East. Overnight, of course, President Trump saying that ceasefire talks were on thin ice. And here is oil in light of that. You can see a tick up in the last few days, which is also therefore part of that tick up in borrowing costs. But also you will have noted that borrowing costs are at fresh highs, whereas oil prices aren't at fresh highs, as shown by that chart. Brent is up by 2.5% this morning to just shy of $107 a barrel. Let's discuss all of this with Giles Wilkes. He's Senior Fellow at the Institute for Government and a former economic advisor in Number 10. Very good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Does this sort of push up in borrowing costs surprise you in light of all the sort of political discussions?
Not at all, I'm afraid, because, I mean, the markets are thinking about the worst-case scenario. And the worst-case scenario is we have several months of a leadership election that, in some sort of shadow form, that sees a sort of bidding war amongst people to see who can be rudest about the bond market, who can be most dismissive of the OBR, most willing to kind of play to the left of the Labour Party and suggest that we can maybe borrow a lot more money easily raise taxes on the rich, not sort of worry about all the things that worried Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer. And those were the two that were regarded as the last bulwark against the kind of fiscal irresponsibility that has caused this country a lot of trouble over the decades.
How sort of aggressively could borrowing costs spike in light of that? Is it anyone's guess?
It really is anybody's guess, because the trouble is it sort of feeds on itself. We have quite a high exposure to interest costs in the fiscal deficit. So, in other words, the deficit will go up if fiscal borrowing costs go up, because we've borrowed a lot of money and we have to refinance it. So there's a risk of a spiral. I mean, it's a distant risk, but it's a real risk. I should emphasise there is also a real positive possible here. There could be the end of this leadership speculation, a new Prime Minister with a big, stable majority, a pretty decent economic programme, and, a party that now realises it has to hang together or it's going to hang apart, and then, relative calm in the Gulf. You could see quite a wide range of possibilities, but right now the market is looking at the worst ones.
Just dwell on the Gulf for us and the situation there. I mean, oil prices, as I said, back up to 106, 107 this morning.
Yeah.
Obviously, this has now persisted for months, not weeks. How much is this going to pressure the economy going forward? Do you expect a recession, or is that only if prices stay like this for the whole year?
It's the worst kind of shock, in that the sort of shock we got when I was first an advisor in the government in the early 2010s were often demand shocks. In other words, weaker spending. So the government could always try and do more spending, or you could cut interest rates and pump things up again. This is a supply shock, so it makes everything more expensive, it lowers everybody's incomes, and you just have a choice of who's got to take the pain. So if it persists or even gets worse, because after a while you sort of run out of new sources of fuel, then, there's a real risk that we go from an economy that is expected to grow a tiny amount, like 0.5% or 1%, to flat or negative. I mean, I believe the consensus expectation is that would require the Straits of Hormuz to stay closed for a few more months. But, every single time that the president says, I've got a solution, a deal is coming, the Straits are opening, 3 or 4 days later, the Iranians turn around and say, And so, that's a real possibility.
Clearly, one of the many pressures that the Prime Minister and the government face at the moment is the cost of living pressure. And that, frankly, feeds into all sorts of the politics that we're seeing unfold. How much of that do you think is the government's fault versus out of their hands?
I would say it's 95% out of their hands. I mean, it's mostly about energy costs. I mean, some of it comes from small tax rises that they put through. I mean, small in kind of historical context. But mostly it's because the price of everything has gone up. And the price of everything has gone up because we're subject to global market pressures. And part of the problem we have in politics right now is every new politician comes in saying, I'm going to fix this, I'm going to sort of stand against these forces. But these are not forces you can actually deal with. All you can do is divide out the pain rather than diminish the whole of it. So, it's mostly out of their hands. And it's about them squaring with people that you have to, cut your coat according to your cloth.
Charles Wilkes, thanks so much for joining us. Good to see you.
My pleasure.
Very much appreciated. Let's get back out to Downing Street. Of course, there's a cabinet meeting ongoing behind the doors of Number 10. In front of them, we find Sophy.
One of the most important cabinet meetings that I can remember, because the people currently meeting around the table behind me really do have the future of the Prime Minister in their hands. We know some of them have explicitly told him that he should go, that he should set out a timetable, but the strength of feeling and what people do around that table, I think, could be all important. This morning, the ticker of people calling for him to resign has gone up to 78 Labour MPs. We've also had the first ministerial resignation. I think we can show you the letter now of Miata Farnborough, who is a Labour MP for Peckham. She is the Minister for Devolution, urging, in her words, the Prime Minister to do the right thing as she sees it and set out a timetable for an orderly transition. Well, we've had a steady stream of people coming in to Number 10 this morning, some of his allies going in first. Then, of course, other people that all of the waiting journalists have had a very, very close eye on this week. Wes Streeting, for example, Ed Miliband. The one that I was quite intrigued by as well was Rachel Reeves. Rachel Reeves went in so quickly and quietly that most people on the street missed it. And I think there has been a bit of a question mark that we've been hearing not very much at all from the Chancellor. Let's just show what happened when Rachel Reeves entered Number 11 early this morning.
Prime Minister resign?
I mean, there has even been speculation from some journalists that she could actually stay on, no matter who the leader is, to try and stable the bond markets and those financial markets that, as Wilf's saying, have really been under pressure this morning. But I think all eyes now perhaps on that cabinet meeting and what some of the rivals are going to do as well. Apparently, we just heard Beth Rigby's here, by the way, who I want to bring in as well. But just as we do, Bridget Phillipson apparently just snuck in around the back door, interestingly.
Well, I think Yvette Cooper snuck in around the back door as well. So I think a couple have wanted to keep away from the noise and the fray today. But look, in terms of where we are now, I've just had this from an ally of Wes Streeting, who says to expect more ministerial resignations today if Keir Starmer tries to cling on. So that was what we were going back to earlier, which is that that's what we had earlier, which was the thought of ministerial resignations if Keir Starmer decides to fight on. So really, look, if we go back to what happened yesterday, I got wind about these PPS resignations coming. PPSs are the most junior ministerial aides. They're basically the aides in Parliament to ministers. So it's the bottom rung of the government ladder. And I got a couple of sources saying there's going to be the backbenchers, then the PPSs are going to start, then the cabinet are going to go in, and it's happening. And that is what came to pass. And now it seems that people are waiting to see if any of the cabinet publicly resign in order to try to force Starmer out. And if that doesn't happen, then there will be ministerial resignations to try to force Starmer out.
And that seems like it's a degree of coordination right?
I've got something breaking here.
Here we go.
I've got, this is reading it blind, this is the Prime Minister at the top of the Cabinet. As I said yesterday, I take responsibility for these election results and I take responsibility for delivering the change we promised. The past 48 hours have been destabilising for the government and that has a real economic cost on our country and for families. The Labour Party has a process for challenging a leader and that has not been triggered. The country expects us to get on with governing. That is what I am doing and what we must do as a cabinet.
Wow,
so
there you go.
He has clearly said at the top of that meeting, no one has triggered a leadership ballot, so come and do it. I am standing and I'm continuing. He said, the country expects us to get on with government. That's what I'm doing and what we must do as a cabinet. So there you go. Keir Starmer there at the top of the cabinet, making it clear to those colleagues around the table that there has not been a leadership ballot triggered, that he is carrying it on. And that to me, Sophie, and I'm reading it, straight out, it is the Prime Minister saying, you're going to have to directly challenge me. And the thing that happened with Catherine West was really interesting yesterday, because at the weekend she said, I'm going to put my name forward and I want 80 MPs to join me to trigger a leadership ballot, see if we can get the numbers. She then backed down a bit yesterday, so it changed from I'm putting myself forward to see if I can get the nominations for a leadership challenge, and it changed into I'm going to canvass opinion and see if there's enough MPs that respond to my emails saying that they would like Keir Starmer to set out a timetable for departure. And when I spoke to people at Labour HQ, I was like, what does it mean? They're like, well, it doesn't mean anything because the rules are you have to have 81 MPs backing another person to challenge the Prime Minister. And then that triggers the ballot. So I think what that is, in a way, is throwing down the gauntlet for the would-be challengers to out themselves. I think that is saying to me, Wes Streeting, if you want to challenge me, go ahead and challenge me.
You've got the numbers. And also, I guess it means that, OK, you can have these nice cosy chats, you can come into my office, you can pick up the phone and you can say, why don't you do this, or have you considered X? But unless someone directly challenges, then he's not going to go anywhere.
I think what that is saying there is the Prime Minister is saying there's a process for challenging me as Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party. It's not been triggered. I'm getting on with my job. That's what you as the Cabinet should do. So really, he's digging in.
What I would say, though, is you're not getting, I mean, I guess this is not surprising given the backdrop, but he's not saying, I am going to continue fighting until the next election, or, you know, whatever happens, I'm going to, you know, fight in any leadership election. So he is, I guess, recognising the depth of feeling at the same time.
Yes, and I think that was what you picked up with Darren Jones about the change in tone. I think that he is listening. I think the Prime Minister is listening. I think he realises the depth of feeling in the party, and he's not. I mean, it was a bit tin-eared, I think, when he did an interview with The Observer at the weekend saying, I'm going to fight 2 terms. It reminded me of Boris Johnson doing that when we were at the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit in Rwanda, and he said that, and soon after he was ousted because such was the fury of his MPs and colleagues back in London that Boris Johnson was even... I think he said, I want to run 3 terms, and that just blew their mind.
Yes, and then they were, and it also made them want to go against it as well.
So Starmer's not doing that, but clearly what he's saying is, I'm not going to set out a timetable for my departure, as these MPs are calling on me to do. I'm not going to resign. I am going to fight a leadership. I mean, actually, he's not saying he's going to fight a leadership.
I think that is also quite key.
He's not saying that yet. But because I think he, I think he's not in that message. He's basically saying, if you want to challenge me, come and challenge me. If you don't, let's just get on with it. But then the challenge, if it does come, then he'll have to weigh up whether he has consistently said he will fight on.
I think what's interesting here, as you say, the tone is very important, and he is not saying he will fight any leadership challenge. He's just saying that it hasn't been triggered, and that the country...
in the past, he has said he would fight.
Yeah.
In the past, every time he's been asked, he said he would fight. And he said, I don't know. He said yesterday he would fight. I don't know. I mean, it depends. It depends if he thinks he can't command the confidence of the Labour Party members, or he can't command enough support in his cabinet. I mean, in the end, prime ministers are very powerful until they are not. Like, you are powerful, but it's also built on patronage and loyalty and support. And once that support goes, you find yourself very isolated and not very powerful, and at the behest of other forces, which is where he's at. But look, I mean, I think the other really interesting thing in all of this is he's asking for someone, he's making it clear that the process for challenging him has not been triggered. And equally, we're hearing a lot today about a timetable and a chance to get Andy Burnham back. I've got another government source making the point that Miata Fabula, who's just resigned as the First Minister to resign, this is someone on the more progressive wing of the party saying, I think an important question is, what are the left here trying to achieve? You know, there's a rise in borrowing costs from the turmoil. It could wipe out headroom the Chancellor has. And she talks about this person, the Tribune Group, which is a left-wing group in the party, putting out sort of economic plans and put out a paper this morning, just saying that they're incoherent, we're constrained by how much money there is, so let's just pretend there aren't fiscal constraints. And what that is, you see, is it's the progressive wing of the party saying, why are the left trying to push Starmer out now when they could end up with a lot of chaos? And I think this is some of the pushback we're going to hear more throughout the day. But at the moment, the Prime Minister at the top of that meeting telling his cabinet he's going absolutely nowhere.
I mean, it's so... the other thing that he's emphasising as well, as Beth was sort of saying at the top of the cabinet, is I think there is a bit of a nod to the backdrop and the economic backdrop and the international backdrop as well. The country expects us to get on with governing. And that is, I think, speaking to the not small, sizable group in the party who think that chaos and carnage and Labour turning inward is the last thing that they need. And this is what is so interesting, whereas it does feel like there is I wouldn't say necessarily a consensus building, but certainly a snowball effect happening where it seems inevitable that the Prime Minister is going to go at some time. It's not a uniform consensus, so that's necessarily the right thing.
Look, I can't remember how many Labour MPs there are. That's terrible, isn't there? 400 and...
More than 400.
There's more than 400,
yeah.
So I get someone to say I should know that. It's basic knowledge I should know. But look, there's over 400 MPs. 78 have gone over the top. Yeah. That's less than 25% of the party. As I was saying, there is a big silent majority that, like, just make this stop. We don't want this to happen. But look, I think the problem is is the Prime Minister doesn't command the respect or authority of too many people now in his party. So it's really hard to see, whatever happens in the coming days, how he really can pull this back. Because even if he can hang on, how does he convince the country? It's that thing, if your party don't back you, why should voters back you?
So like you say, Beth, this is someone who was elected on a promise of change. In the speech on Monday, he said he wants to deliver change. To deliver change, you need to be able to command a majority in the House of Commons. And we saw that already. He struggled with, everything from, benefits legislation and other things as well. And that is a problem for him. You've got to have the backing of your MPs and not least your cabinet.
403 MPs.
There you go.
My brilliant producer Izzy's just messaged me with an angry emoji face. She's disgusted with me.
She's in trouble. Beth's in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
Beth's in trouble this morning. So we know what the Prime Minister has said at the top of Cabinet. What we don't know, of course, is how the other people around the table responded, and that is going to be all important today. We saw lots of them going through this morning. We know that there are loyalists in there. There are people like Stephen Reid, like Pat McFadden, who want him to stay on. They think he should stay and fight it. There are others who've already told him explicitly that he needs to set out a timetable, like the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood, like Ed Miliband as well, a few weeks ago. But I think what today will be defined by is how the others react as well.
This is from our great colleague Ali Fortescue, who was on a bit earlier. She's just sent me this from Mike Tapp, who's a Home Office Minister, and this is on record. Mike Tapp has said, "I've spoken to dozens of colleagues over the last 2 days who vowed to fight with the PM. There might be nearly 80 rebels, but they are not behind one candidate. Keir Starmer should stay for the term he was elected to serve. At the end of the term, he can be judged. I respect every MP without exception, but they are doing reforms work for them. Every rebel statement is a notch on Zia Yusuf's bedframe." That's Ali Fortescue, Mike Tapp there, messaging our political correspondent Ali Fortescue with his take, which again, Sophie, we were talking about, which is, there are a lot of MPs that do not want this. So this is a bit, I guess, a bit of the fight back. But as I said as well, I'm also told that if he does not set out a timetable, the resignations will keep ticking up. So this really is quite a running battle now. It's going to be really uncertain the next few hours. I don't know how it's going to play out.
Yeah. Normally we have a bit more of a sense, but it does honestly feel like right now, where we stand this morning, we don't know. And in fact, most people don't know. Labour MPs don't know as well. They're still divided. I think the one thing that we perhaps can be certain on, though, it's going to be messy, isn't it? It's going to be messy.
And I spent most of the weekend, well, not all the weekend, but I spent a lot of the weekend on the phone. Of course I did, because I was trying to work out what was going on. And I spoke to people right at the top of the party. I spoke to loads of MPs. I spoke to, party officials. And basically no one knew. And this was, because I sometimes think, do I not know because I haven't made enough phone calls? But it's actually, I didn't know because they don't know. Because no one knows what's going to happen. And even when I went into the PM speech yesterday and there were some of his, key aides and allies around, they didn't know. They didn't know if he was going to get through the week.
There's no point predicting it because it hasn't been set yet. Because this is a fluid situation where interventions and events can change the destination. That is, to be honest, where we are now. Look at how it's changed over the last 24 hours or so, at least. Keir Starmer's message yesterday was different to what he said at Cabinet. It was different. Yes, he is still saying, come and have me. No leadership contest has been triggered. But he's not going to say he's going to keep fighting on. And I think that is a shift in tone from the Prime Minister as well.
I also think what's right, if we jump forward as well, though, say a leadership race is triggered, because it might be that another MP does come out as a stalking horse, and it might be that they get 81 names, and that does trigger a ballot, and then Wes comes in, or another contender, potentially Angela Rayner. I think if there was a fight between... if Wes Streeting was the candidate, Keir Starmer would probably try and fight Wes Streeting because he could probably beat him. Now, it might be he'll decide he doesn't have enough command of the Cabinet, but this is the problem. The Cabinet is not unified that Starmer has to go, and that's why it makes it really messy. So then it's a battle of wills, really, between those that want him to go and resign and change leader and those that don't, and throw into that the complexity of a load of people on the soft left of the party, right up to the Cabinet, that do want him to go, but they want him to go to get Andy Burnham back, and Andy Burnham can't get in. And there are some reports this morning that I haven't had confirmed, that it might be as soon as today that Andy Burnham is able to announce that there is a seat in which it would be available. Certainly one of his allies, who's very well plugged in, told me this morning that if there was a leadership timetable and it was set, as I said, at the end of September, which is Labour Party conference, that would give Andy Burnham enough time to get back to Parliament to stand.
And there's an interesting twist on this as well, which is the conversation actually that me and Beth were having just a few sort of moments ago off air, that, you know, Keir Starmer has some influence over this as well. You know, he could decide whether to set out a timetable to leave, which then does give Andy Burnham time to get in. So who does he want to be a potential candidate?
Exactly.
His headspace might not be there yet. He might just want to keep fighting.
I also genuinely think that there will be a legitimacy issue if Andy Burnham is not in this race. And the reason I say that is because clearly you've got Angela Rayner, the former deputy leader, Lucy Powell, the current deputy leader, Louise Haigh, a former minister very influential on the soft left of the party, John McDonnell. You've got a number of influential figures on the left of the party saying Andy Burnham should be back in Westminster. It was a mistake to block him from coming back into Parliament. So if you have really leading voices in the party clearly wanting Andy Burnham to have a shot at the leadership, and then he is somehow blocked from a race because of the speed in which it happens, what happens to the next leader? Do you think they have legitimacy with a big chunk of the party? And that's the problem. And then what are you into? You're into a situation that the Conservatives had when Liz Truss was elected, and then a load of the party didn't want her, and it went very badly, and then they anointed Rishi Sunak, and by that point the party had completely lost legitimacy with the country. He didn't have an election with the party membership either, and look what happened.
It's extraordinary. And to be honest, I can't actually believe we are back here. We don't know how it's going to unfold. Keir Starmer may fight on, but it is an extraordinary place to be in, so close to that landslide majority that we thought was going to have a bit of political stability as a result. The cabinet is going on behind us. We are fast approaching the top of the hour. And it is now 10 o'clock, so that means that Cabinet's been going on for half an hour behind us. Keir Starmer is still battling to try and stop the removal vans pulling up here in the near future. He's currently chairing Cabinet inside number 10. And look, we don't know exactly what is going on in there, but we do know that there are members of his Cabinet who have already told him he needs to set out a timetable for which to go. And we also know, of course, that Keir Starmer addressed the Cabinet, and he told them that they need to effectively put up or shut up, that no leadership contest has been triggered, and that he takes responsibility not just for the election results, but for delivering the change as well. He stopped short, though, I think it's fair to say, of saying he will emphatically fight on, particularly to the next election. So let's have a look, shall we, at what the statement was that Keir Starmer gave at the top of Cabinet. As I said yesterday, I take responsibility for these election results, and I take responsibility for delivering the change we promised. The last 48 hours have been destabilising for government, and that has a real economic cost for our country and for families. The Labour Party has a process for challenging a leader, and that has not been triggered. The country expects us to get on with governing. That is what I'm doing and what we must do as a Cabinet. Well, as they arrived for this morning's meeting, Cabinet ministers had to kind of run the gauntlet here in Downing Street. It is absolutely packed with journalists, as you might imagine.
Where, Streeting, are you measuring the curtains? Do you want the case to number 10, Mr. Streeting? Should the Prime Minister resign, Mr. Healy? Is it over for Keir Starmer? Will you ask the Prime Minister to resign, Mr. Healy? Do you have confidence in the Prime Minister? Should he fight on, Minister? Should the Prime Minister resign, Mr. Miliband? Is it over for Keir Starmer? Will you ask for Keir Starmer to step down, Mr. Miliband?
James Murray as well.
Heidi and James, are you backing? I think motherland.
So where we are we right now at this point? 78 Labour MPs in total have gone out publicly to say they think that it is time for the Prime Minister to go or to set out a timetable. We've also had the first ministerial resignation. Miata Farnborough, the Labour MP for Peckham, the devolution minister, has quit, and she's called on Keir Starmer to go. One of the moments this morning, I have to say, for me, was Darren Jones, who is the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, one of the Prime Minister's key allies, the guy who always goes out to bat on the stickiest of wickets. Just listen to the tone that he took this morning when he did the media round.
Look, I'm not going to get into private conversations of other cabinet colleagues. Obviously, wouldn't have been in the room for a number of them. As I say, at the front of my mind is that we're getting up and getting on with the job, because I think it's a dereliction of duty to do anything otherwise. And politics is a team sport. Look, politics is hard. We've got hard challenges in the country. We've had a hard set of results last Thursday, but we rise and fall together. I think people in the Labour Party especially know that, because of our values of solidarity and our belief in the things that we can achieve through the strength of our common endeavour. So it's not just about an individual, whether they're the Prime Minister or any other minister. It's about what we can do together to be able to transform the country. That's why the Labour Party was created in the first place.
We've been talking about the decision that the Prime Minister has to make, and I'm not expecting you to tell me what that decision might be, but do you know what he's decided? You don't have to tell me if you do, if you know what it is that he's decided, but do you know what he has decided at this point or not?
Look, you wouldn't expect me to get into any of my private conversations with the Prime Minister, and as I say, he's got an important job to do as Prime Minister of our country, getting on with the work this morning. He's got an important job as leader of the Labour Party, and if the Prime Minister decides to say anything further to his speech yesterday, I'm sure he'll come and do that on Sky News very shortly.
And just very finally, can you just confirm for us that the King's speech is going ahead as planned tomorrow?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, the King's speech is going ahead tomorrow. We've been working very hard to bring together a programme of bills for the next session that meet the challenges that we face as a country, and it's important that we get on with that work.
They have Darren Jones speaking to us earlier. Cabinet's going on. We know what the Prime Minister said. We don't know what the people around the table has said. We're joined by Beth Rigby. There's been a supportive message from Steve Reid.
Someone's stolen Steve Reid's phone, because I don't think you can take... Can you take phones into Cabinet?
I don't know. Well, we're definitely not allowed to.
We're not allowed to.
But I don't know if they... Maybe
not that we go into
snuck
Cabinet
one under the
normally.
table.
Anyway, but Steve Reid has somehow tweeted. Steve Reid has tweeted following the Prime Minister. So this is, I think, the pushback. A very loyal Cabinet Minister saying this is not a game. This instability has consequences for people's lives. The people who will be hurt most will be those that elected us less than 2 years ago. We must unite behind the Prime Minister. So Keir Starmer trying to carry, weighing up his options last night, clear that he's going to carry on until a leadership, if a leadership bid comes his way, and facing down the Cabinet. So I'm quite... What I really want to know now is when they do come out, what people said in response to his statement, whether sometimes what happens is these things are orchestrated. So the Prime Minister makes his statement, and then dotted around the table are supportive Cabinet colleagues that then come in and weigh in behind him, and then do other people vocalise their dissent at the table. And I guess, I imagine that with this particular Cabinet, we might get some readouts off record afterwards about what happened in the room.
It's been quite leaky, hasn't it? And also, the other thing to say is that, they're not united, right? You have people like Steve Reid, you have people like Pat McFadden who want him to stay. They've been urging him to stay, as far as we're aware.
Yeah, Pat McFadden's an interesting one as well, because Pat McFadden is also on the progressive wing of the party. Pat McFadden is kind of on that wing of the party that you would think he is a Wes Streeting ally. Wes Streeting would be his type of Labour politics, but Pat McFadden actually has been one of the ones that has said to the Prime Minister, you need to stay on and fight. And I can only imagine it's because he doesn't want this instability that a leadership challenge would bring. But you might have thought that Pat McFadden would be an agitator, but he is not. He's telling the Prime Minister to fight on with Reid and Hermer, David Lammy, Johnny Reynolds. So, you know, there is a group of them. Heidi Alexandra, I think, is very loyal. Then there's people like Liz Kendall, Peter Carr, who've been very publicly supportive of the Prime Minister, and they actually have been sort of wheeled out on those tricky Sunday broadcast rounds and those tricky rounds with you, Sophie, in the mornings. They have been wheeled out to defend. Well, I mean,
lovely,
I would call it
cosy
an iron fist in a velvet glove. Is that what? Is that?
I'll take that.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
Yeah, iron fist, velvet glove.
It's interesting. I mean, you do get as well some MPs who are agitating for a change of leader, saying that this is all about self-interest. That actually, you get the people who want him to stay are the ones who worry that they'll be out of a job as a result of it, and they need to, you know, get with the programme. But then I think, like you say, there are others who have genuine concerns about the state of the country. If you look at the war with Iran, the cost of living as well.
If we go back to the Jeremy Corbyn years, you remember them well, I remember them well. I think what is underlying a lot of Labour Party politics is the party really is quite divided. Right, that it's a very divided party, and it always has been, with these different factions that are often just at war constantly. And what Keir Starmer was able to do in that general election, he was almost like a clean skin. He didn't come from a faction. He sort of stayed in Corbyn's cabinet in order, I think, to build up for leadership. He kind of campaigned as a soft left candidate to win the leadership. He then sort of gradually moved to the centre. Some would say the centre-right is moving a bit more back to leftwards as Prime Minister with, for example, lifting the two-child benefit cap, which he insisted he would not do whilst campaigning. But he managed to kind of keep a lid on it. He sort of was a unifier where he didn't belong to a faction, but he managed to corral the party together. And now he's becoming undone. The kind of the kind of uneasy peace that has been in the party since the kind of Corbyn years and those massive divisions. Do you remember when a load of people resigned, trying to force him out? And then he was challenged for the leadership and he just stayed on and he won. Yeah. And he stayed on for 2 more elections.
Interesting that one of those people, Angela Eagle, who did try to challenge Corbyn as that kind of stalking horse candidate, if you like, backing Keir Starmer. It is interesting.
And I think what you're seeing now is as the PM comes undone, all these factions are brimming up. So you've got a party now that is increasingly warring between different wings. And you've got kind of the Wes Streeting sort of wing, and then you've got the soft left, and then you've got a load of MPs that just don't want it to happen. But also, like, in defence of some of those that would be allied to Wes Streeting, I've spoken to a lot of them in recent days. They genuinely are worried that Keir Starmer, whether they like him or dislike him, or it's not really about that, they just don't think that he can win the country back. And they're really worried that if they don't change the leader and have someone that can sell the Labour message and story more effectively to the country, that they will lose the next general election. And so that is going on. Also, the other thing is, a lot of the people that are calling for the resignation of Starmer are the 2024 intake. So there was that massive intake, you know, as they won on very small margins from Morgan McSweeney, the former Chief of Staff's very smart campaign plan, and they are really worried about holding their seats. And someone that was very mournful, I would say, yesterday about what was happening and did not want it to happen, someone very senior in the party, said to me, they're like, these new MPs, they don't understand hard times. They haven't been through the real rough. Like, you hang in there, you don't just change the leader. That's what someone was saying to me that wanted this right at the top of the party, but they wanted it to stop. And I think there's a bit of that going on as well amongst the MPs, the kind of older guard going, just hang in there. Like politics is tough.
We're used to opposition in the Labour Party. We don't get a chance to govern very often. Don't throw it away. I mean, it's so interesting, and I think I really agree with what you were saying there, Beth, about the broad church of the Labour Party. You know, if you look at people on different wings, it's almost like they have completely different politics, and I think that is part of the issue for whoever is a Prime Minister. It's worth replaying to you a Labour MP, Paulette Hamilton, someone we spoke to earlier on this morning, who was setting out why she believes it's time for the Prime Minister to go.
Sir Keir Starmer is somebody I personally like, but his likability on the doorstep has been terrible, even during the general election. It was absolutely terrible. Over the last few months, I've been continually campaigning, and over the last few months at the doors, it has been awful. People do not want him there. They don't trust him. They do not think he's the right person to take this forward. And the British people have chosen. They want change at the top. If we don't start that change, we have got 3 years. I think we can turn it around, but we have to start by changing our leader right now.
Well, we're here in Downing Street on a morning where the Prime Minister's future hangs in the balance. Currently going on. He gave, I think, what is a relatively defiant statement to the people around the table, saying that there was no leadership contest that had been triggered. So in other words, he's not going anywhere until that happens. They're going to have to do more to get him to relinquish his grip on number 10. But he didn't say that he was going to fight to the next election. He didn't say that he was going to fight no matter what. And I think that there is a sense that this is a Prime Minister who wants to show as well that he is in listening mode. What he's listening to right now at that cabinet table will define his political future. I have no doubt of that. To discuss this, we're joined now by the political journalist Zoe Grunewald, who's here with us now. Zoe, what do you make of where we are?
I think we're in a really difficult spot, actually, because, I mean, it's been quite clear for months now that Keir Starmer was losing his authority. There was questions over timing. There were questions over whether there would be a successor in place who could take the reins. But I think with local elections being as devastating as they were for the party, and with this process playing out now, which is really rather undignified, you know, multiple resignations, so much chatter about a new leader, it's very, very hard, almost impossible for someone to come back from this. I think what Keir Starmer will be keen to tell his MPs is that we've got the King's Speech looming. He's in listening mode. He wants to take this forward. Is there a way we can get through the next few months and then think about potentially a process where he walks away before the next election and they have a successor in place? But ultimately, you know, there's going to be a new raft of Mandelson files out soon. There are still these grumblings going on. You've got resignations. You've almost reached that point of 80 MPs, you know, that sort of crucial number, which is going to make it very hard for the government to continue governing with that authority. There really isn't a way back now. So the question a lot of MPs will be asking themselves is, why would we push on? Why not just get things moving and bring this sorry process to an end now, start the proceedings for a new leader?
So it's interesting you say that you feel that there's kind of no way back, if you like, for Keir Starmer. If we take that as true, then I guess there's two ways forward. You have the wing of the party who want to see a leadership contest as quickly as possible, basically so they could get a candidate like Wes Streeting onto the ballot and have a best chance of winning. And you have others who want a delay, who want to have time for Andy Burnham to perhaps get that parliamentary seat and come back to the House of Commons to fight a leadership contest. Where do you think that battle is going? Who's winning it?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. And also there is the threat that if you move too early, the party turns against you almost in a kind of reactive way. And I think that's currently what I'm sure Wes Streeting is grappling with. I think a lot of the party seem to be behind Burnham. There is a kind of sense that he could be the man. But as you say, Sophie, he faces the biggest logistical hurdle, which is that he doesn't have a seat in Parliament. Now, there might be other things that the government can do that are slightly, or that Labour MPs in Parliament can do that are slightly unprecedented. Could you have a Prime Minister from the Lords, for example? That would be quite interesting. You know, could Andy Burnham find a seat? Well, if local elections told us anything, it doesn't seem that there are many Labour safe seats at the minute. So it does get very, very problematic. And I think that might be something that causes the Prime Minister and MPs to hold on. They have the King's Speech. They can see that as a bit of a reset. They can think about how they can find a seat for Andy Burnham or a process. But you're absolutely right. There are dangers with moving too soon. And that's what has stopped MPs moving up to this point. You know, there were suggestions and rumours about Angela Rayner, Wes Streeting, Shabana Mahmood, Andy Burnham. But all of them had their separate issues. I don't think the party and I could be wrong, but I think the party would struggle to get round Wes Streeting, not just because he is sort of tied to Keir Starmer ideologically, where they sit in the party, but also because Mandelson is still this big shadow over the party. We know Wes Streeting has a relationship with Peter Mandelson. More files are set to come out. I think it would be difficult to have someone in place who's seen to be tied to that. So you're right, lots of issues here, but I do think fundamentally the problem is that Keir Starmer cannot continue. The question is now timing and how they can make sure that exit is dignified, doesn't reek of all the instability they had under the Conservatives of pushing Boris Johnson or Liz Truss from Downing Street. It looks like the party is moving in a way that is choreographed and dignified.
Yeah, you say it's choreographed. I mean, I'm interested in that. Who do you think is doing the choreographing?
Well, I think there are lots of different people who would have different ways they would like to choreograph it. There is definitely a sense that they want to, that for some in the Labour Party on the soft left, find Danny Burnham a seat, get him in, have a contest, make sure all those issues they had with Keir Starmer, that it was a very top-down, centralised approach without any backbencher involvement, make sure that is entirely wrinkled out. They want consensus going forward. There are others who would like to just lance the boil, get it over with, get a new leader in, potentially someone like Wes Streeting, who they think is a good communicator, can be on track to kind of take the fight to reform and carry on that way. Both have drawbacks. And I think that is the problem. That is the crux of the problem, Sophie, that there isn't a consensus on how you choreograph this. There are different ways of doing it. And a lot of it depends on what you see as the best path forward. And that is where we're up to with the Labour Party. There are factions, but there are also just disagreements about what the party needs, which direction it should be moving, how you take the fight to reform, what policies you need to introduce. I mean, there's no way of putting this mildly. It's a bit of a mess.
Zoe Grunewald, thank you so much. Always good to have you on the programme and to get your sense on a very, very splintered and complex picture for the Prime Minister and for the Labour Party. Well, you're watching us. It is early morning here in Downing Street. The Cabinet is currently meeting behind us, and it is a day when the Prime Minister's future hangs in the balance. We've seen already dozens of MPs going over the top, calling for him publicly to resign. We've had our first ministerial resignation this morning with Miata Farnborough. It's the morning where it's felt like that kind of snowball has been ticking up into an avalanche of pressure. But I would say that there has been a bit of a fight back in the last half an hour or so as well. A lobbying attempt to try and get MPs behind the Prime Minister has been going on. We know as well Steve Reid, the Community Secretary, tweeting publicly to say that he thinks that now is the time to unite, given the economic situation as well that is going on. And there's been an impact on the economy as well, as pressure on the Prime Minister continues. There has been a reaction in the bond markets too, and I think that is something, again, that allies of the Prime Minister might be pointing to. Right now, to be honest, we don't know what is going to happen. It is a story that is fast developing, where the ending has not been written. What we do know is that we can give you the readout of what the Prime Minister decided to say at the beginning of that all-important Cabinet meeting that I can bring you now. So Keir Starmer said, as I said yesterday, I take responsibility for these election results, and I take responsibility for delivering the change we promised. The past 48 hours have been destabilising for governments, and that has a real economic cost for our country and for families. The Labour Party has a process for challenging a leader, and that has not been triggered. The country expects us to get on with governing. That is what I'm doing and what we must do as a cabinet. So those words there from Keir Starmer speaking to the cabinet there. I feel like there is two things to really kind of point out here. The first one is that this is a man who is not saying that he's quitting or setting out a timetable for quitting either. He said the Labour Party has a process for challenging a leader, and that has not been triggered. So in other words, if you want him to go, you're going to have to come for him. You're going to have to trigger that process to fight a leader. But I think it is fair to say that there is a shift in tone from what we heard even yesterday from the Prime Minister, which was when he was saying that he was going to fight on, he came up swinging, he was saying he wasn't going anywhere. Nowhere in the statement to Cabinet is he saying that he's going to fight the next election, for example, or that he will fight any leadership challenge, not explicitly. And I think that what we're seeing is number 10 that is perhaps trying to change the tone of things to show that they are listening. They're listening to backbenchers, they're listening to the members of the Cabinet who we know have already raised concerns to the Prime Minister as well. And they have to listen, frankly, because of the groundswell of opinion and the groundswell and the number of MPs who have come out specifically, of course, pointing towards those election results that we saw in England, Wales and Scotland on Thursday last week, where I think it led to a crisis among so many in the Labour Party, questioning whether or not Keir Starmer is the man who can win back Wigan, who can win back Swansea, who can win back some of those London councils from the Greens as well. I think we can bring in Beth Rigby at this point. Beth, it's one of those very, very fluid mornings. It feels like there's a bit of a fight back going on, perhaps with some of his allies coming out, and that statement that we heard from the Prime Minister, but still so much up in the air.
Yeah, look, the Prime Minister has obviously laid down the gauntlet in Cabinet. We had a readout of what he said at the top of that meeting, and he basically said a leadership ballot has not been triggered, and until it has, in the meantime, I'm going to continue leading, and you as the Cabinet need to get on with governing the country. We've got big issues around the Iran war going on. Steve Reid, one of his key allies, has now come out and tweeted his support for the Prime Minister as well. And I think what's clear there is Keir Starmer intends to stay put and fight on until he can't. Now, I think what is flowing from that now is what do some of those MPs that strongly feel he should go, how do they respond? Is there a movement from more ministers to resign to try and force the issue? Does anyone in the Cabinet resign? I think he really is directly challenging Wes Streeting in a way to say, if you really want to come and take the leadership, you need to challenge me directly and try to trigger a contest. So I think we need to now see what happens, see if there's a stalking horse, does an MP come out, see if anyone else can get 81 names, see if Wes Streeting decides just to come out in the open. We need to see what Andy Burnham is doing. Is he going to be able to announce potentially a seat with which he could come back to? Will more of the Cabinet come out and criticise the Prime Minister? Because what's been really key in all of this is really the Cabinet are key to this. And the Cabinet actually have been pretty silent. Yes, we've had Steve Reid, we had Darren Jones this morning, but really we haven't heard much from the Cabinet. We know that three senior figures went in last night. That's John Healey, the Defence Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, and Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary. They went to talk to the Prime Minister. One of them, Shabana Mahmood, I understand, asked him to set out a timetable. The other two, I think, were a bit more circumspect, perhaps talking about what he might do in the interests of the country and party, but not trying to sort of hold a gun to his head. And then you've got other Cabinet ministers coming out in support for him, and then there's a massive rump in the middle, perhaps just weighing up their options and seeing how this is going to play out.
Talking about that rump, one of them is the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, who snuck in very, very quietly this morning, I have to say. We can now say that the Chancellor has pulled out of an event in the City of London that she was also due to attend this morning as well. That's confirmed by the Treasury. She was supposed to be taking part in a fireside chat with the Lady Mayor of London at the city's Global Risks Summit after attending Cabinet. That place will be taken now by the Treasury Minister, Lucy Rigby. I mean, look, we shouldn't read too much into that, other than the fact that she just doesn't want to answer questions in a fluid situation.
I mean, what I read into that is that she doesn't want to she doesn't want to answer questions. Also, you have to remember that when the Chancellor speaks, the markets listen. Yeah. So Rachel Reeves doesn't want to go on camera and start saying anything about the Prime Minister at such a delicate time, given that it could have a very adverse reaction in the market. So I can completely understand why she wants to keep completely out of the fray on this. But it is interesting because really Starmer and Reeves, their fortunes have been intertwined ever since he brought her in as his shadow chancellor after he had a big reshuffle after those really difficult local elections back in 2021. And really it has been a Starmer-Reeves project, this. And actually some of the mistakes that have really cost the Prime Minister have been driven by the decisions of the Chancellor the Treasury, be that the winter fuel, removal of winter fuel from some pensioners, be that the attempts to push through welfare cuts without really teeing up the party to get behind those. And you remember that she was trying to find, the Chancellor trying to find £5 billion to meet her fiscal rules because she was a bit short on the budget, tried to force them through. Liz Kendall fronted it up, then the Work and Pensions Secretary, and then the MPs went nuts and rebelled, and they had to pull the whole thing. That was a really critical moment for Keir Starmer. I mean, that was the point where really his authority began to ebb away.
At the time we felt, didn't we, that, you know, that was the beginning of the end in some ways.
Yeah.
Beth, stay with us, we'll talk to you in just a moment, but we did just want to bring in the former Director of Communications at Downing Street for Keir Starmer, that is James Lyons, someone who knows the Prime Minister very well indeed. I think we can speak to him now. Thank you very much for being with us. I mean, look, we've spoken like a fair amount over the last week or so. What is your assessment for where we are this morning?
Well, first of all, Sophie, I don't think anyone who has worked with the Prime Minister will be surprised by his sort of determination to carry on. He will see it as his public duty to continue in the role. And, you know, he's an extremely resilient character. Some might even say very, very stubborn. But I think it's felt increasingly inevitable over the last 12 hours that he will either have to kind of set decide to go with some kind of agency over his own timing and the manner of his departure. All that's going to be decided for him.
I mean, this is it, isn't it? You say that he's a sort of stubborn character, that it wouldn't surprise anyone that he's not going to go anywhere. I'm interested in how you read the statement that he gave to Cabinet, because, look, in some ways he's saying kind of put up or shut up. You know, there's no leadership election that's been triggered. But it feels like the tone has changed even in the last kind of day or so from a Prime Minister who was, you know, even talking on Sunday about fighting another term, having 10 years in power.
Well, I think that clearly is one of the things that has made his situation more difficult. You remember that it was when Boris Johnson talked about going, carrying on. It just angered his MPs. And if you go back to Thatcher, you know, she said she was going to go on, and that did the same thing. But look, I was in Westminster yesterday and I bumped into Jacob Rees-Mogg, and a few metres away from us, the Business Secretary Peter Kyle was out defending the Prime Minister on the morning round. And Jacob said to me, my heart goes out to him. He's doing a great job, but he's doing exactly the job that I had to do for Boris Johnson.
James, can I ask you about where you think the party is at when it comes to the kind of current runners and riders? We've talked a lot about West Streeting. We talked a lot about Andy Burnham. Where do you think the majority of MPs' heads are at?
Well, I think the idea that there's now going to be some sort of orderly transition is optimistic, to put it mildly. As I think I've said to you before, Sophie, the Labour Party was in this kind of Mexican standoff between Wes Streeting and Angela Rayner, because Andy Burnham, who had there's been a coalescing of support around Andy Burnham. He's not in Parliament. So there's this Mexican standoff going on. Catherine West lobbed a grenade into that Mexican standoff over the weekend. And now we're going to potentially see some very, very messy unravelling here. We've seen briefings overnight from supporters of Andy Burnham saying that if Wes Streeting becomes leader and Prime Minister in a contest that Andy Burnham's not involved in, they'll bring him down. And they've probably got the numbers to do that. But also, you've got to ask, if Andy Burnham can't get into Parliament or can't stand in the leadership election, do the left start looking around for another candidate? I think we've seen an ebbing away of support for Angela Rayner over the last few days. I don't think the left feel that she's in a position to stand, given the fact that her tax affairs haven't been sorted. The question is, where do they go then? And, for some, the answer is going to be Ed Miliband.
Wow, that really would be a twist, wouldn't it? Ed Miliband.
Well, we've seen Miatta Fabula resign this morning. She is one of Ed Miliband's protégés.
Very interesting. Watch this space. James, the other thing I've been trying to work out is that Keir Starmer has a bit of a say in this, doesn't he? Because he can decide, I guess, to set out a timetable or to have a quick one or a longer one. And I've been trying to work out, who would his candidate be? And I've been struggling, I'll be honest, which I guess says a lot about Keir Starmer, because I feel like he is one of those prime ministers who is quite hard to class politically. He doesn't necessarily have like a tribe, if you like. Do you think that he will be like in the kind of anyone but streeting camp? Where do you think Keir Starmer is heads at?
Well, look, one of the Prime Minister's strengths, well, in politics, your greatest strength is also your greatest weakness. That is always true. And I think, the Prime Minister's great strength was that he didn't come from a particular tradition or faction in the party, and that allowed him to bring the party together after the Corbyn years. But it also means that there isn't that kind of residual power base there for him to draw on in difficult times like this. So I have to say, Sophie, I'm not much more clear than you are. I mean, I think, we've seen him say, or we've seen it being briefed out that he would stop Andy Burnham again. So it's unclear to me. I think, maybe Keir Starmer is Keir Starmer's candidate.
Yeah, I think maybe that is it. Keir Starmer as Keir Starmer's candidate is probably the conclusion of that, and also the kind of curveball of could Ed Miliband be entering the contest as well. James, as always, great to talk to you today.
Thank you.
Well, it is a absolutely kind of febrile situation, I think, here in Downing Street. It is packed with journalists, Cabinet currently going on, and what comes out of Cabinet as soon as those MPs and members of the government start to leave the door behind me is going to be all important as to the future of Keir Starmer. I think Gareth back in the newsroom has been kind of crunching through some of the numbers and some of the details of what we've seen today.
We certainly have been. We'll go back to the sunshine of Downing Street in a few moments. Well, as of this morning, 78 Labour MPs have called for the Prime Minister to resign and set out a timetable for his departure from Downing Street. Of those calling the Prime Minister to go, there are notable names, some of the usual suspects, one might say, and some of those considered more ideologically aligned with the Prime Minister. We should, though, start with the breaking news of this morning. Miatta Fahnbulleh, Minister for Devolution, Faith and Communities, quitting the government and calling for Starmer to go, saying she urged the PM to, quote, do the right thing for the country and party. If we spread along this wall of 78, we get to York's Rachel Maskell, one of the PM's critics. While she says the Prime Minister cannot continue, she says it would be wrong to launch into an immediate leadership challenge before understanding the qualities needed to lead Labour. If we head over to this side, we get over to Clive Betts, one of the veterans of the Labour Party. He said it was time for the Prime Minister to create a timetable to hand over power so that the government can press ahead under new leadership. And remember, of course, as well, those junior ministerial resignations of yesterday. If we head all the way over here, we get to Joe Morris, one of those to call for Starmer to go as he left his post. He's notable for being a ministerial aide to the Health Secretary Wes Streeting, who is considered to be one of the front runners to replace the Prime Minister. So this is the 78 dissenting voices out of 403 Labour MPs. But what about those in the running? If Sir Keir Starmer wants to resign, well, Wes Streeting, as we just said, is tipped to be front-runner, said to favour a quick process and another leading contender.
The Prime Minister has my full support. The Labour Party has a process for triggering a leadership election. That has not happened, so we all intend to get on with our jobs, and that's what I'm going to do.
Thank you
very much. Thank you very much.
What did the Cabinet say to him, sir? He said that they haven't triggered the leadership.
So what we had there is Steve Reed walking out of... There we go. It's a bit of a sense of the chaos behind us. What we saw there was Steve Reed, Community Secretary, key ally of Keir Starmer, coming out.
Lisa Nandy.
And here we have Lisa Nandy and James Murray.
PM to stand down. Did you ask the Prime Minister to stand down? David Lammy, can you come and talk on Sky News? David Lammy is the PM fighting on. Bridget, what's your message to those who would want Keir Starmer to go? Emma, what's your message?
have here the members of the cabinet leaving. Steve Reid, so far the key ally of Keir Starmer, coming up, deciding to give a short statement to the cameras here and to our political editor Beth Rigby to say that he wants him to fight on, that there was a unity around the Prime Minister. Nobody else has given us any words yet, but of course we're still awaiting for Ed Miliband, we're still awaiting for West Streeting, for some of the others to come from outside that door. I'm just going to stand up, which may look slightly weird and shot, just emerging.
It's
know,
very.
so, there we go.
I mean, Steve. Yeah.
Still, I don't know if we want to jump out when people come down.
I don't know if the viewers also saw Robert Peston of ITV in frame.
Yeah,
because he was trying to find out because actually what happened there was really unusual, because Steve Reid came out and said a statement to cameras. Now, that never really happens after Cabinet. I've never known that to happen. But you saw how he looked as well. He looked furious. And he came out and he made a very brief statement, basically repeating what the Prime Minister had said, which is a leadership contest had not been triggered and they were getting on with it, and the Prime Minister was staying on, and then he stalked off. He looked furious.
And he, of course, tweeted from within Cabinet while it was going on as well, talking about the need to unite, talking about the disruption for the country if they turn on each other. I think the question that we're still trying to answer is Steve Reid reflective of the entire Cabinet?
No, and also the question, I was yelling at him, but I was tethered to a mic, so I couldn't actually physically chase him, was what did the Cabinet say in response? And that's what we now need to hear. And others have subsequently come out. We've had David Lammy, John Healey, we've had Emma Reynolds, we've had Bridget Phillipson coming out in pairs, chatting with each other, pretending we're all not here, when there's a bank of like 200 cameras. But obviously, Steve Reid dispatched there to be the Prime Minister's cheerleader-in-chief, if you like.
Peter Kyle, would you speak to Sky News, sir?
Would you come and speak to Sky News? Peter Kyle, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
How was Cabinet, and what did everyone say when Keir Starmer said a leadership race had not been triggered?
Well, it's the fact. We've had a very purposeful Cabinet meeting talking about the big issues facing our economy and society. Nothing has been triggered. I'm about to go off to Brussels to continue working with Brussels to deepen a relationship, to benefit Britain. We are working hard on the big issues that are facing the country, and Keir is showing really steadfast leadership.
Sure,
and I respect that.
Peter, did anyone challenge him? Liz Kendall, would you come and talk to us briefly? Thank you. Liz Kendall, what happened in the Cabinet?
Well, the Prime Minister talked about the challenges we face as a country, the crisis in the Middle East, the impact on the cost of living here, and that this government will do what we were elected to do, which is serve the British people. The Prime Minister has my full support in this. And let me just say this. There is a process to challenge the leader. No one has made that challenge. And what people would expect me to do is to focus on how we can grow the economy, tackle the cost of living, and give them a better life.
So the Prime Minister
and
saying
that is what
Did anyone challenge him in the room? Did anyone challenge him in the room? OK, this is very interesting.
And I think what we've got is we've got members of the Cabinet coming out of here and arguing the Prime Minister's position, effectively. What we haven't had the answer to, Beth's asked a lot, is whether or not anyone directly challenged him in that room.
Look, Pat McFadden, would you come and say a few words, sir? Pat, can you come and say a few words? Can you come and say a few words, sir?
How can the government carry on like this?
The Prime Minister is going to continue with his job, as he should, as the public will expect him to do. And I'm going to continue with mine.
Pat, did anyone challenge him? Did anyone challenge him around that table? Did anyone publicly challenge him around the cabinet table? They didn't.
Many statements of support for the job that he's doing, and that's what the public.
What about those who
Can he hang on?
He'll carry on.
Can he hang on?
The Prime Minister wants to carry on with his job, as he should, as the public will expect him to do.
Mr McFadden, did West Streeting give his support?
OK, so that was just to say what Pat McFadden said there. He said no one challenged the Prime Minister. When he made that statement, no one challenged him. No one actually said to him publicly that they wanted him to go. And he also said that there are lots of messages of support around the table. And this is really fascinating because, Sophie, you can see what's happening.
Yeah.
They have lined up cabinet ministers who are backing Keir Starmer to come out of the door and make statements on camera. I've never seen this before.
No, I've never seen this
in all
before.
the time we've done it. Normally they leg it, but they are choosing to come and make a statement. They're not really taking questions. But who have we had? We've had Liz Kendall, the Technology Secretary. We've had Pat McFadden, Steve Reid and Peter Kyle. And Peter Kyle's interesting because obviously he's Wes Streeting's best friend. So this is really fascinating. This is a cabinet fighting back, at least some of them. But the question is, there are now 78 MPs that are saying that Keir Starmer needs to step down. But what he has done, at least, is corralled some of the cabinet, and they are coming on camera to say that he should continue.
And we know that the Prime Minister kicked off Cabinet by effectively throwing down the gauntlet, saying there's been no leadership challenge, looking at people, I guess, like Wes Streeting, looking at people like Ed Miliband, others who might challenge him, potentially Shabana Mahmood, saying, look, what are you going to do about it? And then, as you say, this very organised, unusual show of support by members of the Cabinet as well.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm a bit flabbergasted.
Yeah.
I'm quite old now, and I've done this a long time. I've never seen this. I've never seen cabinet ministers come out after a cabinet to publicly support the Prime Minister, and they're all with quite a similar message, which a leadership contest hasn't been triggered. We're getting on with the job. We're talking about substantive issues. The Prime Minister has my support. And the most telling one for me is the thing that I thought I was going to have to make 100 phone calls on, which was what was happening around the table. Did anyone publicly challenge him? And Pat McFadden clearly said, when I asked him that, no, they did not, which tells me that if some people had gone into him privately, such as Shabana Mahmood, she did not say it in front of other colleagues. And that also suggests to me, unless I hear otherwise from someone else, that Wes Streeting did not publicly challenge the PM. Anna Turning. Anna, could you spare a word for Sky News, Anna? Anna Turley there. He's got my full support, she says.
My question now is, where is Wes Streeting? Where is Shabana Mahmood? Where is Ed Miliband? None of them have left yet. Where are they? You know,
well, they might have gone round the back.
But if they have gone round the back, then I think that's significant in itself, right? That you have the more supportive people coming out here, making those statements to the cameras, people who we know would be potentially more problematic.
This was quite an asymmetrical battle yesterday, in that what we had yesterday was a Prime Minister to come out fighting in the morning, and then what happened was there was this flow of resignations, and it built up to the PPSs, and then we know that 3 cabinet ministers went in to speak to the Prime Minister, and then it felt really that it was game over for him. And now what we're seeing this morning is that he is trying to fight back. Now, it doesn't detract from the fact that there is a massive rebellion against him, and there's scores of MPs saying he's got to stand down. What was interesting too, though, was that David Lammy didn't actually come over and say anything, and he was ringing round MPs last night trying to canvass support for the Prime Minister, or just gauge through the party. And John Healey, who we know went in to see Keir Starmer last night, he didn't say anything either. But clearly, he's got 4 cabinet ministers there that have come out on camera. We might get some more, but that is the cabinet. I think what we can take from that is the cabinet's divided.
Yeah, exactly. The cabinet is divided, and what it may now take is a serious stalking horse candidate or a serious contender actually throwing their hat in the ring, a Wes Streeting, for example, having to go over the top to get those 81 MPs, because it doesn't look like, what's almost certain, that Keir Starmer's not going to go unless that happens, right? He's not just going to listen to the men in grey suits and quietly slip off.
I think what we can now begin to sort of say more confidently, because obviously these cabinet meetings are closed meetings. You have the cabinet and then the officials sit round the edge, and there's a readout, and typically cabinet meetings don't leak unless the government's in a bit of bother, so maybe this one will leak quite a lot today. But I think what you saw there was the Prime Minister had a prepared statement, and then you probably had Liz Kendall, Peter Kyle, Pat McFadden coming out in support, Steve Reid then reaffirming the Prime Minister's position, and in that moment those that perhaps don't agree maybe didn't say anything, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to move.
Yeah.
It just, they didn't move in there. But I think look, I was told last night the Prime Minister was weighing up his options. You were told by Darren this morning that he had a decision to make. That he had a decision to make. And at least now what we know at 10 to 11 in the morning is that his decision has been made, which is I'm carrying it on until you lot drag me out of here.
As we've been talking, the number of MPs who have called for the Prime Minister to go has ticked up by one. Rebecca Long-Bailey, someone on the left of the party, very clearly, not a natural ally of Keir Starmer, but it's significant. It's gone up to 79. I mean, this is... Look, it's not a majority yet, but 79 MPs publicly saying...
No, it's terrible.
It is difficult to see how you come back from that.
When Boris Johnson... I mean, it's the famous sort of phrase now, when the herd moves, it moves. And it was Johnson sort of, you know, in his typical language, sort of reflecting on what happened to him and that he just couldn't stop the tide. Like, as much as he wanted, it washed over him and it pushed him out of Downing Street. It felt very much like the herd was moving. He's got 79 MPs calling for him to go. Where he is being helped is the fact that they are not unified around one candidate and they're divided. And I guess the question is, someone who is definitely not a supporter of West Streeting, who is a backer of Andy Burnham, was saying to me this morning, you know, there might be 80 MPs or 79 MPs or that are calling on the PM to go, but they are not unified behind one candidate. And so that's the question, like, do they actually get to the point where they can trigger a race? But I also have to say, Sophie, that it feels honestly so far gone for Keir Starmer that even if a race isn't triggered immediately or he continues a bit longer, it's really hard to see how he pulls it back from the place he's in. Yeah. It really is.
And also, you know, if we take it as almost a given that he won't lead Labour into the next election, then it does become a process or a thought of when it happens rather than if it happens, which is unbelievably destabilising for any leader, any Prime Minister.
Well, I think the thing for Keir Starmer is he's been in this destabilised position now for weeks. I mean, really, this has been going on, I think, really since the Mandelson files, really, when those documents were released showing some of the misjudgments made over the appointment. Lord Hermer, can you come and talk to Sky News, sir? Okay, that's Lord Hermer, who is Keir Starmer brought him in. He's a whiz, a legal whiz, and he was a barrister with Keir Starmer, and they worked together, and they are very, very old friends. And Keir Starmer brought Lord Hermer into government so that he could be his Attorney General, his most senior legal brain, and he is his closest ally. That is his closest friend, although he didn't stop to talk.
I know, he didn't stop
to
talk.
He doesn't normally talk,
I'll be honest, yeah.
Have you ever seen Lord Hermer on camera?
I'll be honest, I'd be interested when he does a morning round.
No,
he doesn't. He doesn't do a morning round. It's interesting, though, because just talking about the morning round, Darren Jones, who, again, is an ally of Keir Starmer, right? You know, he's right in there with him. He's his chief of staff in some ways, on the political side, at least. I felt with that interview that the game was up. He kind of spoke with this sadness, and yet the tone, it feels, has shifted even throughout the morning.
Well, I also think, I think Darren Jones had a really different...
West Streeting, did you call on Starmer to resign?
There we go. He's absolutely...
What did you tell the Prime Minister?
No word from West Streeting, the man who so many people have been focused on this morning. We know from what Padden said to Beth that he did not directly challenge the Prime Minister at Cabinet. Whether or not he will directly challenge him in the coming days or even hours, I think remains to be seen, because the other thing that we don't know is Keir Starmer said, if you want me, you have to challenge.
I was told, though, and this was by a minister last night, that there are ministers that are preparing, as they put it to me, if the Cabinet won't do it, we will do it. So there are ministers that are preparing potentially to resign if the Cabinet don't resign. And we've heard from 4 Cabinet members. There's a lot more in the Cabinet than that. You know, there's over 24 Cabinet members. And we've heard from 4 publicly supporting Keir Starmer and many others keeping their counsel. But at least this is a fight back for Keir Starmer. And really, he's just going back to what you were saying about Darren Jones this morning as well. I think ahead of that Cabinet meeting, it was quite hard for Darren Jones to be anything but equivocating in a way. Also, they wouldn't really necessarily have wanted anyone to know how the Prime Minister was going to approach that, because they've clearly, he and his allies have gamed this out a bit, haven't they? They've set it up so he makes the statement, then they come out in support, then they challenge would-be contenders to really come to them. So they're sort of batting the ball back into
And I guess there is there's a balance to strike between coming out swinging, being aggressive, fighting, but also making sure that you show that you're listening, particularly in the wake of those election results where, you know, so many councillors were lost and you've got 79 MPs. Who he doesn't want to seem like he's ignoring them.
Also, I also think that he's not in that spot with the party at the moment. He has repeatedly said, I'm not going to walk away, I'm not plunging the country into chaos, I'm going to fight on, I intend to see through my mandate. He said it again and again and again, and I think at that moment where people are saying, we don't have confidence in you, it's really important that you show you are listening. And I think what he was attempting to do over the past 24 hours has been to at least show the party he's listening to them. And I think Darren Jones was trying to sort of appeal to the party that the PM is listening to them.
I guess the thing that we're going to find out next, firstly, is how other members of the Cabinet feel after the meeting and get, I think, more of a sense about what was said inside than the brief that we've got so far. But also, perhaps just as importantly, how backbench MPs, how junior ministers feel as well. Keir Starmer coming out saying he's going to fight it, saying that there isn't a leadership challenge on the table. Will someone else, you know, rise, I guess, to that challenge and throw their hat in the ring? How do people feel about Keir Starmer's comments? Because what he's not doing is setting out a timetable for his departure, which some has called for.
No, and I'm just going through. I'm just going through what they all said. I mean, Peter Kyle said we had a purposeful cabinet meeting talking about the big issues facing the economy. He said the PM's not going anywhere. That was repeated by others as well. Steve Reid, the Prime Minister has my full support. The Labour Party has a process of triggering an election. That has not happened. We intend to get on with our jobs. That's what I'm going to do now. So we need to wait, Sophie, and see what happens in the coming hours.
And I think we can listen. Let's listen, shall we, to some of what the members of the Cabinet said after leaving that door. Very unusual. They stopped and talked to Beth. Let's listen. Come back to us now. Come back to us right now. Steve Reid, come back to us right now.
Steve Reid, what?
I just want to say, look, the Prime Minister has my full support. The Labour Party has a process for triggering a leadership election. That has not happened. So we all intend to get on with our jobs, and that's what I'm going to do.
Thank
you very much. Thank you very much.
What did the Cabinet say to him, sir? Peter Kyle, would you speak to Sky News, sir? Would you come and speak to Sky News? Peter Kyle, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
How was Cabinet, and what did everyone say when Keir Starmer said a leadership race had not been triggered?
Well, it's the fact. We've had a very purposeful Cabinet meeting talking about the big issues facing our economy and society. Nothing has been triggered. I'm about to go off to Brussels to continue working with Brussels to deepen a relationship, to benefit Britain. We are working hard on the big issues that are facing the country, and Keir is showing really steadfast leadership.
Sure,
and I respect that.
Peter, did anyone challenge him? Liz Kendall, would you come and talk to us briefly? Thank you. Liz Kendall, what happened? What happened in the Cabinet?
Well, the Prime Minister talked about the challenges we face as a country, the crisis in the Middle East, the impact on the cost of living here, and that this government will do what we were elected to do, which is serve the British people. The Prime Minister has my full support
This
in
government
this.
doesn't have confidence.
And let
Let
me just say this. There is a process to challenge the leader. No one has made that challenge. And what people would expect me to do is to focus on how we can grow the economy, tackle the cost of living, and give them a better life.
So the Prime Minister's saying put up or shut up.
Did anyone challenge him in the room? Did anyone challenge him in the room?
That does not normally happen. I think that is the first thing to say. That does not normally happen. After Cabinet, we saw senior members of the government walking straight over to the cameras and giving their defence of Keir Starmer, explaining why they don't think that he should be going anywhere. And the fact that it is so unusual, I think, shows the seriousness of the predicament that Keir Starmer is in. What we have seen so far, of course, this morning, though, is it's become very clear that the Prime Minister is not going anywhere for now. He doesn't want to leave. If he wants to get out of there, he's saying someone's going to have to challenge him. Someone needs to put up or shut up, in other words. It was silence around the Cabinet table, we think, when he said that. Little said from any of the potential rivals for the crown. But what unfolds in the coming hours and days, I think, is still pretty unclear. It's been a roller coaster this week, and I think what is very, very clear is this is a story that is being written right now as we speak, as that Cabinet meeting unfolds. There's no point predicting anything because we don't know where the story is going to end up right now. What we can be clear on, though, is Keir Starmer determined not to go anywhere, to stay on for now, to try and fight down a challenge. Let's pause and reflect now, shall we, with Beth Rigby. Beth, you were here, you were talking to those members of the Cabinet as they came out. What did you make of it all?
Well, it was extraordinary, really. I've never seen anything like that Cabinet ministers come out of this make-or-break Cabinet and voice their support for the Prime Minister. Wes Streeting, the would-be challenger, walking away without speaking. There are 4 Cabinet ministers that have come out there publicly to voice support for the Prime Minister. That's Steve Reid, Pat McFadden, Liz Kendall and Peter Kyle. So they are coming out, supporting the Prime Minister. I think what we are waiting to see now is what happens with other Cabinet ministers. Pat McFadden, the Work and Pensions Secretary, clearly told me there that no one had publicly challenged Keir Starmer around the table. We know that Shabana Mahmood had gone in yesterday asking him to set out a timetable. We know privately the Energy Secretary, Ed Miliband, has done the same. John Healey, the Defence Secretary, Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary, also in last night to have private words with the Prime Minister. But around that table, Pat McFadden was clear that the only voices that spoke up were supportive voices. We will try and get more readouts from Cabinet and other people around that table, but for the Cabinet to come out publicly and back the Prime Minister, and also for the Prime Minister to clearly tell his party, his Cabinet, if you want to challenge me, challenge me. Get the 81 names, have a challenger and trigger a leadership ballot. He told the Cabinet, if that has not happened, if that is not on the table, I intend to carry on. And he's found some of his Cabinet, at least, to publicly back him. But there are 79 MPs that have now told the Prime Minister it's time for him to go. We've had a ministerial resignation this morning. We've had a number of ministerial aides, the most junior rung of government ministers or government employees, telling the Prime Minister to go. But as it stands, Keir Starmer is clear. He's weighed it up overnight and he is clear that he is continuing for now. We're now waiting to see what the reaction will be, because figures in the party have told me that if Keir Starmer does try to continue, that there will be more ministerial resignations. Might there be a Cabinet resignation? It's very unclear. We're also waiting to hear from Andy Burnham, the Greater Manchester Mayor. Is he going to try and find a way back to Parliament with the Prime Minister's fate so clearly up in the air?